White snow, red sky, reach out for so high. Blue eyes, fake cry, beware of the fox tonight. Cold feet.
Alrighty, let's hope that everything is working the way it's supposed to be, and that everybody can hear me, and that we're live the way we're supposed. I don't even know if I remember how to do this. Do I remember how to do this, Kat?
It's been a minute.
It's been well. Technically, I was live last week, so last week everything was going wrong, and there was nobody to tell me that it was. So
Fair enough. And,
Countdown had no audio. Just no, it was. Main host had no motivation. Was sick as a dog. Well, not sick as a dog. I wasn't technically sick anymore. Just COVID's still kicking my butt, and it's been what, 2.5 weeks now.
Yeah, there is a there are sometimes long-term effects. I mean, look at me.
I literally got COVID the day after the last real live stream that I had.
Yeah, it's not fun. But you have to, and it takes a lot of, or at least it can take a lot of.
Yeah, it does take
And
a lot
it
out of you.
looks like it did.
I don't know what's with your mic. It's cutting in and out. It wasn't doing that a couple minutes ago.
I don't know. I'm changing it.
It sounds a little. I don't know. I don't know if it was just it's slightly too far away from your mouth, and then like the whatever was cutting it out.
Here, try that. I moved it as close as I can without it catching.
It sounds a little better.
Okay,
It was just like being all choppy and weird and shit.
Yeah, that could just be my internet too.
Could be.
Really. That is a thing.
It's been a hot minute
yeah.
since we've seen an in-house live stream from you.
This is true. Well, my dad is and so kind of crappy news here. I think my hot water tank is dead.
Well, I mean, the good news is traditional old school hot water tanks aren't super expensive for themselves. It's just whether or not you have to hire a plumber to put it in. That gets expensive.
Yeah, I mean it's an electric one, so it's tripped a breaker.
Bad.
It's tripped a breaker twice, and then the last time it did, it was over 28 hours ago. It's still not working. So I did today. I just talking to a friend just for the live actually. I took off one of the little panels there, peeled away a little bit of the insulation there, and then found a thermostat. So I cranked that puppy and threw it.
Yeah, just watch doing that though. You end up burning yourself.
Oh, that's something that's why you. I mean, I have like none right now, so I'm not too worried about that.
Yeah. Alrighty, so anything new? We'll start with you, then we'll go with my stuff. So, because I heard you have some. Or do you want to wait a little bit for some more people to pop in?
Oh, I don't care. And if I repeat myself, just that's what I do when I tap dance. But so okay, let us. Okay, I have to go back to it up. No, what was Wednesday? That was Tuesday or Monday. I think no, it was Monday because it was a holiday. That's right. So me and our good old man mechanic,
Yeah.
we met up in Olds and we drove a near truck and we picked up an engine. This engine is a 1965 200 inline six that was freshly reconditioned like not too long ago. It's used now, but it doesn't have very many miles on it. And everything's nice and powder coated, and it's a beautiful color. Yeah, got it for free. So I was like, okay, cool. I was just there because A, I kind of wanted to be, and B, I can help him identify the motor because he has no idea.
What is this inline six going into?
There is no plans for it currently because now it's kind of stuff has changed a little bit, so I'll get into that. So, okay.
Where's Mr. Old Man anyway?
I don't know. He was at a car show with me today. So there's that. But he came into my neck of the woods.
Oh.
And I took his T-Bird to a car show, and he was parked right next to me.
Ooh. I am still waiting to do the whole car show thing. Part of what I'm waiting on is right here. This isn't a blanket. It weighs a little bit more than a blanket. That's quite heavy.
Well, with him, that was his first like official proper car show. So we probably
even with the Matador and everything, he hasn't taken that to a car show.
Oh. Well, back in mind, like
it didn't have to look pretty. It was different and odd and weird. That's all it needs to be.
It was sketch though.
It doesn't matter. It's different. It's not your everyday freaking normal car show car, so it doesn't have to look cool. It is cool just by being what it is.
Oh, for sure. Like, but he just never went to a car show, right? Like, he's gone to car meets or whatever else, but a proper show, this was his first one. And he took his T-Bird, so, you know, that thing is gorgeous. Holy crap, that thing is mint.
I know, I'm so jelly of that car.
Now, I will say, though, that underneath that vinyl top, ooh, there's some ugliness, because you could just, like, that vinyl top is beautiful. There's not a blemish in that vinyl top, but you can start to feel some soft metal underneath it.
Yeah.
So and that's the unfortunate part about it. But other than that, the thing is,
it's still fixable. As long as it doesn't wait too long, it's fixable.
Yeah,
those tops are literally made of nothing more than what's sitting behind me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Like he could get a fix or whatever else, and it wouldn't cost him an absolute arm and a leg. The thing that would cost him more is getting new vinyl for the top. Because once you peel that, you can't really reuse it.
No. That's why I said it's nothing more than what's sitting here. This right here is $55-$60. This would probably more than enough cover his car.
Well, there you go.
It's not as expensive as you think. It's just a matter of getting an upholster to put it on, unless you can do it yourself. Now, I don't believe his has an underlayer, because sometimes there's a layer in between the vinyl and the actual metal. Most of the time, there's not. Most of the time, that vinyl is literally glued straight to the metal. Straight to the metal.
And I think that one is. I believe so.
Now, the only other difficult part is if it's got the seams down the sides, right above, like basically right above the doors. Sometimes that's a pain in the butt. Unless you get ones that are actually specifically made. So they do sell vinyl top kits where the vinyl top is already sewed in all of the places it's supposed to be sewed, and then all you got to do is glue it down and trim it. But in all reality, it's nothing more than the stuff that I have sitting behind me. It's just that stuff is just full rolls of it instead of already, sewn in roughly the shape it needs to be.
Oh, sure. But so other than that, like I said, the thing is just absolutely gorgeous. Although, when I was, because he was hearing a vacuum leak, and I mean, yeah, as soon as you start the car, you can hear it, and then it's kind of interesting because when you shut it off, you can still hear a little bit of a vacuum leak for about a second, and then it goes away. It's like, okay, so what is that, right? And I did a simple test because like we're trying to listen, like I'm trying to listen whatever else, and I was like, you know what? Let's pull off because I just did this on the let's pull off the main vacuum line to the brake booster because I bent the brake booster. Yeah, it was because I just put my thumb over it and look, there's no vacuum leak.
Yeah, I just ran into that problem with my truck the other day. Yeah, the other day I had the other day I had replaced the brake booster in my truck with one that I had pulled out of the junkyard the other day. Well, a couple weeks ago, and the first thing I noticed was a vacuum leak. Now, I fixed it. I still have the new to me brake booster in my truck. But yeah, that was kind of disheartening when you first put it in, and then you just hear this massive vacuum leak whenever you push the pedal down and whatever. It's like, no, I spent all that work to put that in, and it's already garbage.
Yeah, like now if he's lucky, it's just the check valve or something like that. And it's,
Yeah.
like that. But don't know for sure, right? So at least he can narrow it down. Just get a new check valve, see if that works. And if not, then you got to replace the booster, and that's like. So the only other thing that maybe it's the diaphragm on the back, perhaps, but they usually don't sell kits for them, so you just replace the entire thing.
Yeah, you just replace the whole thing.
Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what he comes up with. But at least I gave him an avenue to chase, right? So see, that's when you bring your car to a car show. You figure out stuff that's wrong.
Well, yeah, it's you need that test drive, that whatever.
But yeah, and it was really amazing because okay, I know the 460s for the most part are relatively smooth,
right?
But I've used a truck 460s where they're not that smooth. That thing though, oh crap! It may as well be my little 200. Just
really
keep it away there. You can barely hear it run. Like if he's out front, out back, it's got a set of mufflers on it. It does have an exhaust leak on it, but still, it sounds really good outside.
Oh.
Like, got that nice growl and everything, and a good idle. And, oh yeah, like sounds good. But so getting back to the engine, so yeah, we picked up that 65 200 from a 65 Mustang.
Right.
Well, the one thing is, the guy that actually gave it to him lives in Calgary.
Okay.
And apparently he had some other parts. So I'm like, okay. But yeah, and supposedly, talking to Joseph, he has the bell housing and adapter plate that I've been looking for about 6 months. So it's like, cool. So I picked those up immediately. Like it was, I think, the day after I got the money together and bought them. And I drove straight to Calgary to go get them and drove back that same day. And yeah, so I have those now. But I was still searching for a flywheel and a clutch, right? And they're not easy to come by. The clutch is a little different, being the 8.5. I think I don't have to modify it to make it work, but regardless, I don't really have the $200 for the kit, so I might throw a used clutch in it. Not the end of the world. Just depending on how bad it is. Like, if it's really bad, then I won't put it in on the skin. But, thing is, he actually donated a 66 engine to the school. Specifically, the one where Joseph goes to. That's how I actually got the numbers, because from the teacher gave Joseph his number and said, hey, he's got this engine, whatever else, are you interested? He said, yeah. So, Yeah, so now because of they want to get this engine on the run stand, but they know how badly I need that flywheel for my conversion.
All right.
Um, they are willing to, because the engine that he picked up has a brand new clutch on it and bell housing and flywheel, but it's a different. The ring gear and everything is entirely different on it, so I
Right.
couldn't utilize that, unfortunately. Because otherwise, yeah, I just would. But I need an 8.5-inch clutch. That's an 8-inch clutch that holds, the whole debacle that way. But yeah, so basically, he's made a deal where he's going to swap his engine for that engine, pull the flywheel and clutch off for me, and he's actually going to deliver it for me, which is cool.
Yeah.
Even though I told him, as soon as you pull it off, like, I can go there. I don't care.
Right.
Right? I'm totally okay with that. But no, he's like, no. It's a nice drive out to Sundry. So I was like, okay, cool. And we some money on it. That's cool. But yeah, so once I have that, which will be something this coming week, because he said that like Monday he'll probably swap the engines.
Right.
The only thing that I am going to do for the school, because I want to help out, because they're willing to do this and inconvenience themselves a little bit for my sake, they want to put that inline six on an engine, like on their run stand, right?
Right.
They need a rad. So I am on the hunt for a rad that'll fit their little engine stand. It doesn't. It could be any rad, to be honest, for the most part.
Yeah, as long as it's not too big or.
Yeah, it's just if it's not too bad, right? So I'm thinking I'm going to be seeing my friend in Edmonton because I'm going to be delivering the Capri to him. Which actually, yeah. Do you get no? You I was going to say I talked about the Capri on Live.
Yeah, we talked about the Capri. I think you got that right before I got sick, or did we get it? Or did you
Yeah.
get it? And
It,
you've already.
it may have been.
You said you swapped the sequential taillights.
I was going to swap the lenses out.
Yeah.
Because all three cars were going to get different. So between my two Mustangs and the Capri, they were all going to get different taillights, but that didn't happen. Just due to the fact that an 86 taillight is a pain in the ass to try and put anything other than an 86 or 85 or 84. So, okay, cool. I did not look at it.
Could you swap the whole
Yeah.
housing?
I might be able to do that between the Capri housing
I
and
mean,
that.
you might have to drill out or change whatever's behind the housing. Swap the part that like I don't know how different it is, because technically you could swap the back ends of these TAs. You just have to swap out the tail panel to do it.
See, actually, something, and because you just gave me a great idea that I could pull off. Because the one thing is, these taillight lenses, they're actually very easy to kind of take apart.
Well, yeah,
It's
like
just
the ones on my Nova.
rubber sealed, and
Yeah.
it's just like, it's a rubber seal, here's your lens, here's the plastic part where, the bulb's going to. You just kind of take, a knife or whatever and just kind of cut it apart and then pull it apart.
I don't even have to do that far on my Nova. My Nova is real easy because the lens is on the outside of the car and the housing is on the inside of the car. So to take the tail light out, you literally have to take the housing apart because it sandwiches the tail panel. It literally sandwiches the tail panel from the inside of the headlight and the outside of the headlight or tail light. Which is a pain in the butt because all that it does induce moisture, because even though there's a seal there, there's still an outside body panel in between the two pieces.
Yeah, that's not a very good design though. Because like on the box bodies, because you take the whole lens and backing of it in one piece that way. very very simple. It's just when you get tail lights, like I've had mine out hard, yeah. But yeah, like there's I think 6 nuts total to hold them together.
Yeah.
And that's pretty easy. But because you just gave me when you said that gave me a really good idea. Because instead of changing out the entire tail panel, I don't have to do that. I can just take the taillights apart and then mix and match. Because really, it's the same surface area that it holds and everything. That's all the same. It's just the.
You broke up there. I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I was just saying that. So yeah, like I can take the taillights apart and do mix and match, and make it so much easier. Though I never thought of that.
Yeah.
To be honest, because that makes perfect sense. Because it's the same area that they hold. The only different one is my 81, but that's fine. I can put the Capri taillights in my convertible instead. I just have to make sure that the lights are in the correct way.
Right.
Because if that has the amber turn signal in it, that's just a small little area of it. So I do have to figure out some stuff with that, but maybe it'll work.
Splice the harness if you need to. Take
Yeah,
the harness from the Capri and put it on the convertible, and take the convertible harness and put it on whatever you put those lights on.
Yeah, I would prefer not to do that, but
it's an option.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I really like the Capri lights. Like, they're my favorite taillight that they put. Like, from any 80s vehicle, they are my
yeah, it kind of sucks though, because I'm doing. Okay, so we all know that I'm doing the whole harness in the TA. I eventually want to do LED sequential taillights in the TA, which kind of sucks because I'm just putting all that fresh new taillight sockets and wiring and all that, and I'm just gonna end up cutting it out in a year or two.
Well, depending. There are kits that are plug and play for most vehicles.
I'm literally when I'm going to go do this, I'm not looking to retrofit. I'm going to replace. So I'm not looking for, if I'm going to do that, I'm literally going to splice in these sequential taillights in replace of the stock light assembly. So it'll get hardwired in. It's not going to like. I know what you're talking about with the kits where it retains the stock harness, and you just plug the new LED board into the stock harness bulb slots.
Yeah, which is what mine is.
Right. That's not a wrong way to do it, because that also means you can revert back if you want to.
Oh yeah, like very simple to be honest, and like. Yeah, because the instructions made it look a little more complicated than not, but then when Roy saw them, he knew exactly what to do. Okay. Yeah. And yeah, so actually, because what he's talking about with that Koenigsegg, because Koenigsegg unveiled it's really neat because, and mind, Koenigsegg doesn't do anything that is.
Is this still a gas engine or is it a?
Yeah, no, it's a gas engine. Yeah. Koenigsegg has no interest in doing the full electric. They don't.
I was just looking at a thing the other day. Pennsylvania is on the list of the cars of the states that are going to prohibit the sale of gasoline-powered vehicles, along with California. Which I don't know how they're going to do that with half of Pennsylvania being up in the mountains and being very well spread out and everything. It just a whole different subject. I don't know what they're gonna do, but I just saw my first electric Jeep commercial the other day on YouTube.
Oh, shut up.
What'd you do? We can still see you.
I didn't do anything. This is fine. It's what I had up the YouTube on here.
Oh, the comments and all that. Did it overheat?
Yeah, it just.
Is it hot?
This thing, no, it's not that hot. This thing doesn't overheat though. Anyway.
Is battery dead?
It's plugged in.
It doesn't mean that it's not dead. It doesn't mean that it wasn't charging or not charging.
Like as soon as I unreclined or
Did you
reclined, I
accidentally
guess.
shut off the power when you reclined or unreclined? Like a
Oh,
strip box or
it's still on there. That's so weird. Why is this thing not turning back on? That's pretty strange.
that is
Okay,
strange.
now it turns back on.
Okay. Well, whatever you did, you fixed it. The problem is you don't know what you did to fix it, which if it happens again, then you don't know how to fix it the second time. Except for to repeat your process of looking around and holding it in weird positions and then trying to turn it on again.
That is strange. I've never had that happen before. I mean, this laptop is old, so it's one of those deals where if it does finally bite the dust, I don't.
You mean like the one I have out in the garage?
Yeah,
That one's
this
probably
thing,
newer than that one, though.
Oh, good chance.
Because that one looks a
This
lot
thing-
thinner than mine.
Oh, well, this thing is. Let's see. When did I have my? That was. I think this is 11 years old.
Which would make it, what, a 2012 or 2013?
Somewhere in that range.
Then, yeah, it's
Give or
about as
take.
old as mine. Mine's a 2011.
Yeah, this has the worst processor ever put in the computer. Period.
Yeah, mine has the exact opposite for that year.
Yeah.
But it's still
Um,
painfully slow now.
I mean, this thing is very limited. But anyway, so yeah, that Koenigsegg, because yeah, it's a gas motor. I believe that's their weird three-cylinder free valve thing. That makes like 1,000 horsepower because of reasons.
1,000 horsepower,
Um,
3-cylinder?
Something like that, yeah.
Wow.
It's stupid. Welcome to Koenigsegg, where they don't have valves in the engine either because it's wild how they do things.
A rotary
like-
doesn't have valves either.
That's a little different though. This is your traditional sort of V style engine. It's not like not a V, I guess, it's a three-cylinder. Like it's an inline, I believe. And yet, yeah, it's not like they re-engineered. Hey, how the layout is with how the pistons go up and down and stuff like that. No, it still has pistons and stuff like that, but it has no valves. It's bizarre, and it makes stupid gobs of power. So yeah, it's just what the product said. But like that transmission, yeah, it's a 9-speed automatic that you can basically hit a switch and it has an H pattern gear shift and it's a 7-speed that will do it that way.
Right.
So instead of it starting in first, I believe you start in third. But it's really cool, and you look at it, and it's just a work of art as Koenigsegg. Christian von Koenigsegg, such a cool thing.
they're. My heart doesn't throb for any real. Very, very few supercars make my heart go pitter patter. Only because, I don't know. It's just like, okay. A supercar to make my heart pitter patter is like looking at a runway model. If that makes sense. Like runway models, yeah, they're pretty. But they're not something that I would go after or that I would be like, oh my god, because I guess they're unattainium. Or
It's like for me, I just really like Koenigsegg as a company. Like they make very good looking vehicles.
I don't know much about them as a company, so it is not a dig at them at all. It's just one of those things like supercars don't do it for me anymore. I mean, like the most supercarish thing that does anything for me that makes me like, oh my god, is not even the higher end Lamborghinis, but like they're well, I guess it would be entry level for a Lamborghini.
What, the Huracan?
The Huracan, the Gallardo, Murcielago. I mean, they're older, but
well, okay, so the Mercy was their top Lambo at the time.
yeah, but not now.
Well, now it's been replaced with the Aventador, which if you look at it and go, hey, look, that's an updated Mercy.
Yeah.
Literally.
I'm
you look
a
at them and
Lamborghini
go,
fanboy though. If it comes to supercars over the other ones, I mean, do I like the?
As
Go ahead.
well, I will say Lamborghini as a company is a way better company than most. Only because they don't care what you do to their cars. Ferrari, on the other hand, you do anything they don't like, they'll
Oh
just
yeah,
take
you
it.
can change the color of the paint, and oh my god, they go flip it. But no, it's my car.
Right.
I own it. I can do whatever the hell I want to it.
Well, you know the screwed up part is because I don't know how this is a thing and how this is even legal. But Ferrari's able to do this. You know they can technically ban the sale of you buying a Ferrari if it's a private sale. Because you're actually, when you sell a Ferrari, you're supposed
Because
to contact them.
Ferrari is the what is it? Homeowners Association.
HOA.
Yeah, HOA of fucking cars. Cannot you won't like you can have the most perfect property in the world, and if it's an HOA, I won't touch it. Because I'm not gonna buy a piece of property that somebody else says what I can and can't do with it.
Exactly. Like it's
Like
just,
outrageously. I mean, obviously, anywhere you buy, if you buy in any kind of township or whatever, a township can say whether you can burn on your property or different policies for where you live. But HOAs are just can be stupid crazy.
yeah. Oh no. Yeah, which I think also we have that here. Um.
But yeah, I mean,
Okay.
like currently, if I were to say, if there were cars out there that I would want that were on that expensive end, number one on that list would be, I think, a lot of different Vipers except for whatever the gen was where they went all freaking like smooth and like got rid of all of the aggressive curves and body styling that they were known for. I think that was what, 03? Was that 03-ish?
Yeah, that was so the third generation, at least the start of it, was a little more tame with her.
Yeah, no, I had to, and they also went back to they had a rear exhaust on that car. They just, that car totally just killed it. Like, I had no interest in that Viper whatsoever. I still don't. So pretty much first gen, second gen, I guess it's fourth and fifth gen Vipers. They don't have to be the upper tier Vipers. They could be the base model ones. Though I do prefer like the GTSs.
Yeah,
The Time Attack one is nice looking from the last generation.
yeah, like I will say, because the interesting part about the Viper is like there wasn't really trim models. It was just literally it was just the Viper, and then you did have like of course your ACRs, and then later on with the TA Time Attack, but that's basically it. And then there was the ACRX, which is not sure.
Well, you had the Viper,
but,
you have the GTS, you have the GT, the GTS, the GTSR.
Okay, that was only in the last generation.
Yeah. You also have the RT, which I guess
No,
would
okay,
be
see-
you would be your convertible.
No. See, the RT10 was the first generation. Then they went to the the GTS as the second gen, SRT10 third. Then they went back to the GTS name for the fourth generation.
I thought the SRT10 was a convertible version, not the hard top.
Yes, they were.
Target,
Although you could get a hard top.
Whatever it was called.
Yeah, they were either a convertible or a hard top. There was both.
Not the RT10. The RT10, I do believe, was all
Our
open
RT10
top.
was roadster open, yes. And even fun fact about the RT10 is the first few years did not have locking parts.
It's kind of pointless to lock your door if you can literally just freaking go right in the car.
They did make a soft top. That's the thing.
No, soft tops were aftermarket.
No, they were from the factory. The hard top was after. I didn't know about this. I very.
Oh.
Okay, why does it keep doing this piece of shit? I literally just.
You gotta talk nice
Hey,
to it.
what? But I I don't understand this thing because okay, literally, I touched the cord and then it just went like nope.
Yeah, probably the socket's loose, either in the computer or the corded part.
Yeah, well,
That's the reason why.
because,
Well, you said it's how old? It's had
yeah,
how
well,
many years of that to wear out?
well, here's the thing though. It has the battery in it that's fully charged. If this gets unplugged, this shouldn't be an issue.
Mine can
That's
say
what
it's
I'm getting
fully
at.
charged. The one I have out in the garage will say it's fully charged, but the second you unplug it, it dies.
Yeah, mine doesn't have it.
We need a new battery in the other one. It won't hold a charge. It says it's fully
I'll say this
charged, but it won't.
This one still holds a charge. It doesn't stay charged very long, but
Yeah.
it does hold charge. Yeah, no, this is there.
But anyway, so the Viper, top of my list. That is on the top of my non-regular cars to buy. I think second would be a Lamborghini. I have a few choices there, and then third I think would be a Porsche, but it would have to be like the 911 series or the 959, which that's on a titanium. So
yeah, see, for me, for any of the mostly unobtainium or just cars that I normally don't go after, the Viper is one of those, especially the first gen. I love the first gen the most. Just one of those. But so first gen Viper, Lexus LFA.
no.
Just it's the sound of that motor more than anything. Just the look of the car. I like the look of the car, but it's not like a oh my god, it's dropping gorgeous. But it's that V10 sound. It sounds like an F1 car.
Does the Lexus LFA, does that share a chassis with anything else?
No, it's a mid-engine supercar from Lexus. It had a 5.2 liter V10 that sounded like an F1. And they lost money hand over fist.
Big E says it's front engine.
Sorry, yes they are. My bad. They are front engine, but I don't believe they share a platform with anything. I think they're their own. Everything else since has been like.
So what
You can see
does
the
that even
trickle-down
show that
effect.
engine?
No, that's the only one that had that V10. So, and like yeah, that engine build. Oh, because literally, at full chat with it sounds like a Formula car.
Mhm.
It's insane. It's like, oh my god, I love that sound. That's the.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I like the sound of Formula One cars, especially like from the 80s and 90s. Not so much today. The cars changed too much. I like the older cars.
Yeah, this sounds like an older style, but that's because
I
it's not.
I heard a modern stock car, a modern NASCAR car recently, and I'm like, yeah, that doesn't sound right. And it wasn't until I watched a video from, I think it's Stapleton, I think is the name of his channel, but he does basically a bunch of like historic stuff with NASCAR, and he figured out the reason why the modern cars don't sound the same. It has nothing to do with the engine. It has nothing to do with a lot of things that people think it does. They got away from using the X-pipe. So the reason why the stock cars sounded the way they did on like Daytona and Talladega, that real high-pitched, whine that they had, was they ran an X-pipe all the way up until around like 2014. And they no longer run an X-pipe on those cars. Which is why they sound weird. They don't sound like a stock car anymore. Well, at least not from when I was a kid.
That's fair. Well, it's kind of like my 81 Mustang does not sound anywhere near the same as what. Don't get me wrong, I kind of like the exhaust of it now. It sounds really good. But when I had the H-pipe on it, it was a little deeper of a noise, but it's because H-pipe. Right?
Yeah, the H-pipes have a deeper noise.
Yeah, this is just wide off the manifold, and it's just,
Now, I
there's
did
nothing.
notice. Yeah. So I did notice that when he did his test, that guy that I was talking about, he ran he put generally the same exhaust system on his, I think, a Tahoe. which with the correct X pipe system sounded like a full blown stock car going down the drag strip. Now the H pipe, although it sounded more aggressive at like an idle, did not sound as aggressive at top speed, at higher
I
RPM.
can remember. Yeah, there's a reason why they call them off-road X pipes. Because of that, right?
So
like a lot of
mine,
X pipes are off-road usable.
yeah, my Trans Am runs an X pipe. It's not an H pipe, it's an X pipe.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like depending on what it is for me, I like the sound of it more.
Yeah.
Any inline six that you or most in general, even V6, if you put an X pipe on it, it sounds like crap.
But how do you get an X pipe on an inline six though?
Oh, you can do it.
Because all the exhaust is coming off the same side of the engine.
You can do it if you have a dual exhaust setup on your header, or you Y it off and then you X into each other. It does change the tone of it, because here's the thing with my engine. What it was. So, okay, my stock manifold, I had this H pipe from a 2014 Mustang and some thrust turbos that did not have any tailpipes on that. That was my exhaust system for a good part of the year.
Yeah, because when I ran my inline six, it was single pipe all the way back. When I originally got it, it had a cherry bomb on it. And then I swapped it out for a thrust turbo. And then eventually I ran the thrust turbo all the way up until I put the V8 in it. When I put the V8 in it, then I went with 2 thrust turbos. Full dual exhaust. There was no crossover. There was no nothing. It was true dual exhaust. And then I switched it from the thrust turbos to the Flowmaster 44s. Again, still true dual exhaust. There was no crossover.
Well, so before you interrupt me, I like on mine, because yeah, like I mentioned, it was just stock manifold wide into the H pipe with dual exhaust, and had a unique sound because of that, and it was actually very throaty out of that. Now that it's just wide into no H pipe, no X pipe, nothing.
Wide into a what? Sorry, you cut out.
Into just a regular dual exhaust, nothing fancy. It's got some aluminum chamber mufflers that sound pretty good.
So wait. So it goes from. Help me understand this. These we're talking about your inline six car, right?
Yes.
So it Ys from a single into a dual.
Into a dual.
Okay.
And it stays dual because there's the look and there's the sound of it. Because a single exhaust, depending how it's done, has a different sound. Okay. And that's also the look too. I want to.
Yeah, so, I can see understanding the look for the dual exhaust, but
there is a difference in sound. There's a difference in sound. Like, because if you do a chambered muffler on the back of it, it'll have a nice deep sound. Look at before I blew up to 3.8 that used to be in my convertible. It had a really deep sound. It sounded like a 302. It was kind of bizarre, right. But had that going like that. And so, yeah, but then when the guy replaced that exhaust, he did, it's supposed to be an H pipe, but it's not going to be cut out the middle of it while it did. And it's now just a true dual sub. So, and it sounds really good right now, and I don't have any gripes with it, but, yeah, and like I want to put a proper H pipe or X pipe in it because it'll change the sound and be better.
I've never heard this Pontiac 400 with the pipes full exhaust system actually hooked up. The last time that pipes I'm talking about the whole system
Yeah.
was hooked up, including the mufflers and everything, was when it still had the 403 in it. When I took the 403 out and we put the 400 in, it had no exhaust, and it was open headers because I didn't have the ability to re-hook up the exhaust because where the headers came out is different from the 400 to the 403. The length of the headers is different. So I had to go under and change a few things. Now, I did end up fitting the Flowmaster 44s off of my Nova on that car. So I've heard that car with a full exhaust on it, but with the Flowmaster 44s, not the pipes. The hell are on them? Because there's like 3 different sounds that Pipes has for their mufflers. And they have, I think, Street, Pro, and Race, I think. Maybe, something like that. And technically the ones that I have are apparently the loudest. The Race ones flow better, but are quieter. Which is weird.
Yeah, actually, speaking of headers and stuff like that, because now, the one thing is, because talking to the guy, actually, Don, the one who sold the parts, he actually was a little attached. It's kind of funny. He was a little attached to the inline 6 and the parts and whatever else, but he dropped his V8 in his car because he found the inline 6 to be lack power department.
Well, I wonder why.
Yeah, well, he also, like, okay, he put a T5 underneath, behind it, but that's the first thing, one of the first things you should do. Or one of the things you should do is put a T5 in them. It just totally transforms the
T5
drive,
behind
right?
the 302 or T5 behind the inline 6?
Inline 6. I'm talking inline 6. I
Oh,
mentioned inline 6. I didn't deviate from that.
You did. You said you'd put something else in it.
Yeah, no. If you would have let me finish.
I was trying to.
Rudely interrupted. So yes, in the inline 6, he was a little broken up about, selling me the parts or whatever else like that. But he understood that they were going to. But yeah, and they're going to be used. Like, they're not just going to sit around. Like, I'm going to put these in as soon as I can. So he swapped in a V8, and the thing is, but there's 3 things that you should do, or 4 things actually, but 3 for sure things you. Because okay, he had the stock exhaust manifold. That's a huge power rob out of those things. Like, no word of a lie, accurate, is the stock exhaust manifold, if it's a nice flowing long tube header, you gain about 50 horsepower out of it. That's how restrictive that stock exhaust manifold is. It's insane. Because normally, you put headers on anything with manifolds, you get 15, 20 maybe horsepower, not a lot. For those?
It really does depend on the shape of the headers, whether or not you even pick up anything.
True, but just in general of just how restrictive they are, you go to a header, you gain right around that, depending on the header. But there's only a
it also depends
headers.
on how you heat manage it too, because the heat you induce into the engine bay with the headers could affect how much power you have.
But this is from dyno numbers from people that have done this, right? It's not claims. This is actual people that have done this. Right. So anyways, so T5, that, and swapping your rear gear ratio, because you still have a 273, isn't it? Like, you already have a T5. You don't need the highway gear. Stop it. Go get some nice 355s or 373s, right? Do that. Your goal, right? Then your goal makes right around, 100 and, like, and a first-gen Mustang doesn't weigh a ton. Like, they're about 2,800 pounds with the inline 6. And, yeah, literally, once you do all that, you gain about 150-ish horsepower. You put the torque to over 200 foot-pounds of torque, and you have 373, so the thing will just go with a T5, honestly, it totally transforms it, and it makes it comparable to like stock V8 cars, similar or maybe a little faster than stock V8. You know, but literally he just put a 302 in his car and yeah, right. So it's kind of the same route that way, depending on which 302 is. But it's kind of fun. So yeah, like that is my sort of suggestion on anybody that wants to run a old 200 and they want it to be nice and good. It's costly, but it's still worth it. But oddly enough,
But
my
I mean,
inline six.
if you're thinking about it though, if I'm looking at it and I want to put more power in my car, yeah, dumping, I can get similar numbers as a stock V8 by dumping a crap ton of money on the inline six.
Well, okay, it's not actually dumping a ton of money because he already did the T5 swap.
Right.
So, which that cost him a lot of money, yes. But he already had that invested, so you put a header on it, which you can find headers for about $400 or $500.
Okay.
You can put gears. You can put gears in them for another $300-400.
Okay, so you're up
right?
to wait, you're up to like $700-800.
Okay. Well, what does it cost? Because for a Mustang, bear this in mind, you have to replace absolutely everything to put a V8. Literally. You have to replace the suspension, the K-member, the brakes, the rear end.
If you
the
do
transmission's
it right.
even different.
If you do it right.
No. It will not work unless you do that. I'm not kidding. Everything, unless you did weird ass custom motor mounts, which he's not a guy that's going to do something like that. That's the only way he can get around it. And even so, your first launch.
Welder.
Yeah, but your first launch, you'll grenade that rear end. It's just that 7-inch rear end is not a strong one.
So he's dropping a 302 in it. Is he already planning on replacing the whole rear end?
Oh, he's already done all of it. He's done all of it. Right?
Okay, so that's already done. And he's at the point. Okay, so
yeah.
he has a different transmission in it. He has a different rear in it, and he still had the inline six in it. And at this point, he's looking at, hey, I want more power. So it's at this point he's already replaced all of the stuff that you said he needs to replace to put a V8 in it, except for the motor mounts.
I never said replace the entire rear end. I just said put gears in. That's different, right? Because the 8-inch V8 rear ends, they can be worth of $1,000. If you want to
go with a stock.
Motor, but if you don't have custom is even more than that. So
not even custom. All you need to do is you need to find something more modern that fits.
Which not much does.
Without modification.
You have to modify it with just direct bolt-in is what I'm talking about.
Right,
just make it, because this is what he was mostly doing.
Direct bolt-in. He doesn't have. We're not talking about somebody that's got access to somebody with a welder and some little fabrication.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Because even with the the T5 swaps that I'm doing in my car, it doesn't require any modification whatsoever. You just need the specific adapters and the specific punches. Other than that, is
because I mean, my Nova was an inline six car. Do you want to know what the modifications I did to drop in a V8?
Oh, it's much easier on those. I know that.
Oh, no. I technically did not do it the correct way. Okay.
Yeah, but still, you can still shoehorn in with being cheap about it on Chevys. Much easier to do than on first-gen Mustangs.
Yeah.
First-gen Mustangs are the worst culprit.
All right. So on the Nova, I'd already grenaded the inline six rear end, the little 7.5-inch that was in it. Grenaded it. I had pieces of it up until a couple years ago. So I already had swapped in a V8 rear and modified it because it did not fit on its own. We had to modify it to fit. The only other thing that I did to swap in the V8 in for the inline six was change the clam. Well, I didn't even really need to do this. I just need to change where they were, but I did end up having to replace them because the stock ones were shot. Because the V8 and the V6 both use they both use the same clamshell GM motor mount. Yes, Jesse, you're right. We need you to get the chat going. We need Pilot too. I guess everybody forgets that I exist because I take a couple weeks off. But
when you're not consistent,
I'm normally consistent. I mean, we're not even we're at 33 episodes. You know what wasn't consistent? I did not introduce the show today. That's what I forgot. We did not introduce the show.
Now, see, that's what's made this go derailing. Well, to be fair, Jesse, it was the last minute that we decided we were going to do it.
No, I mean, I was looking. I knew we were doing. Oh, jeez, you mentioned his fucking name. I mentioned his name, and he appears. Did I rub the magic lamp or something?
That's too funny.
And of course,
I rubbed my cat.
I mentioned his name. Elliot gambles all, and Pilot shows up. I really hope that Elliot wins his next gamble because he should.
Yeah, well, the problem is it's not working.
Is it not working?
I said it at the top of the show, and you didn't do it.
No, I didn't hear you. So we will, wait, no, we don't want to do that. There we go, get that off of there. All right, so let's turn off CloudBat and turn him back on and see if he's working.
But yeah, so like, and actually, so every single thing that you actually have to replace in a first-gen Mustang to go inline six to V8, it's a ton.
I can tell you what you're supposed to change in the Nova.
Well, I can tell you have to replace just about the entire car in the Mustang. First-gen Mustang.
Should.
Not should. You have to because it will work. Nothing will work because the V8 doesn't actually fit. Period on that inline six cross member unless you raise it way the hell up with that hole. That's the only way it would work.
Change
the
oil pan.
You have to change out a lot of stuff. Like,
well, I'm saying, could you change out the I know a lot of stuff like when you do LS
no, it's too wide. That's the problem for that K member style. It's too wide, so you can't even try and do it that way, right? Unless you
that car not
raise it up a lot.
V8 originally.
No, the first one had inline six in it.
No V8s.
VIN number one was an inline six.
Right, but they never dropped a V8 in the first jet.
No, they did, but again, okay, if you would let me fucking explain
I'm listening.
everything.
I'm listening. I just can't sit here and be quiet the whole time.
Okay. K member needs to be swapped. Suspension needs to be swapped. Like springs, shocks, all of that. Your control arms, they're entirely different. Brakes are entirely different. Moving on to the transmission, again, the transmission's entirely different. Your drive shaft is an entirely different plane. Your rear end is entirely different. The axles are entirely different. But also, first gen, 6-cylinder cars or 4-look. VA cars or 5-look. So there's that too. Basically, when you're all said and done, to actually swap it, if you're buying all brand new parts, you're probably looking at close to like $8 to $10 to do a V8 swap properly. It's ridiculous how much you have to spend to do it. That's what a lot of people now are like, yeah, I'm not doing the V8 swap with my Mustang. Nope.
Well, I mean, I don't understand. Like, okay, so you swap in the V8. You said the transmission is different, but yet you have the same transmission, the T10 or whatever.
The T5 is an aftermarket tranny that came out in the 80s, although it was a factory transmission on Mustangs, and actually they used them in Camaros. But that, because it's different, like, so, okay, it's different. The bell housing and everything is different. Technically, you could do it, but you might just grenade the tranny. The stock 6-cylinder tranny with a V8.
Right. Okay, so the thing is, most places I can pick up a small block Ford engine and transmission used somewhere, not too expensive. Facebook Marketplace, somewhere, junkyard, whatever. It doesn't necessarily have to be a 1965 block. If I'm doing an engine swap, okay, so, and I'm looking at this from engine swap guy perspective. Okay.
You still
And I'm
need
talking
the key member and all
Okay,
that stuff.
I understand. Let me, you yell at me for interrupting you. Okay, so I'm looking at this backyard mechanic engine swap, whatever, because this is kind of how I did my Nova. So I'm looking at it. Okay, so I have 302 sitting here. May or may not have a transmission already connected to it, because a lot of times when I find engines, the transmission goes with it. Engine transmission combo out of, mid 70s, freaking whatever. Just looking to get rid of it. Fine. All right. So you go pick it up. You got an engine transmission right there automatically with it. Most of the time, sometimes they still have at least the engine side motor mounts still on it. Probably have to fabricate a transmission mount, which if you got a welder and some freaking, if you got a welder, maybe your factory transmission mount already. Sometimes it doesn't take much to cut them apart and modify them a little bit to make them work. Motor mounts themselves, again, same thing. Sometimes you can modify what you already have. Didn't technically have to modify what I had for the Nova, but that's a different story. So we have the engine and the transmission. You said that it won't fit it won't fit because it's too narrow. And we're not talking about too narrow between the shock towers. We're just talking about the K member.
The K member is too narrow for the 302, period.
Right.
302 will not actually sit in there. You need to replace the K member no matter what.
What hits? Oil pan?
Both sides of the motor, period.
The motor sits lower. The block itself sits lower than the K member.
Well, okay. Let me rephrase that, because it's how it's designed. If you look at them how they're designed on the inline six, they actually kind of come up like that.
Okay.
And then the motor mounts shoot up like that into the motor. So that's the reason why you need to swap that K member no matter what.
Again,
there is no
what hits.
There is no it to make it fit. I promise you, you have to swap the K member no matter what. And then, so when you do that, you still have to go to the V8 spindles and everything as well for the brakes and stuff like that, because that's what fits that as well. There's a lot of costs. Even if you do it cheap and you get just a basic 302 that costs you $300 on a tranny for another $300, I think you're $600 for the whole drivetrain.
Sometimes I get a whole drivetrain for less than that, but yeah, okay, go ahead.
So you can, but a lot of the time it's going to cost you. Regardless, so okay. You have the $600 there. That came out. If you can find one used, it's probably around $300 or $400, maybe even cheaper, depending. But most times,
there's no way to modify your stock one to work.
There is not. I promise you, people have been doing this for 50 years. There is not. Unless you do not put a Ford motor back in it, people have done that. But not very many people. You don't hear about it very often. But it's just, I promise you, can't do it, because I've talked to people.
Well, that's why I was asking you what exactly on it hits, because sometimes it can be cut away.
Yeah, it's actual internal strength to it and whatever else. You'd have to modify it so severely, you may as well just go to the other thing, because the cost alone in metal pieces that you have to fabricate and stuff like that is not worth it. It's not worth it at all. Just go to the other one, because it'd be so hacked together and shit if you did it the way you're talking. It's not worth it.
You should see the rear end of my Nova.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Just say, but this is the K member that holds your engine and everything. Chances are, the way you have to, if you wanted to try and modify it, it'd probably fall. If you try.
I'll have to go peek at it, because let me see.
It's
65 is the year that you're talking about.
It's any first-gen Mustang with a V8.
Okay. Except
for the big one. So, but yeah, it's because the inline sixes, there's a reason why. Because every single guy that does that swap, they spend at least $2,000 doing it, minimum.
Oh, I know.
Minimum. take it to the dealer pilot. They don't even know how to work on that. Gotta remember, we're talking 60s. We're talking 60s Mustangs here, and like, yeah, it is one of those things where it'll hit. It just does, and it's not worth, because people have been doing this for 50 years. If there was a way to modify it properly without it without it ruining the structural integrity, sure, it would work. But it just doesn't. And also the stock 6-cylinder brakes are not really up to par with the V8. They are upgraded. Even with the drum brakes, they are upgraded.
Geez, the only thing I can find is aftermarket. And I'm only looking for pictures.
Yeah, I mean, just okay, but you build a custom K member, you're still with like tube steel and everything. Like,
it depends.
Like,
it depends. If you have a welder, a lot of the times you have a lot of this stuff laying around.
Well, that's true, but okay, your average person is not going to build their own K member. Right? Your average guy is just gonna go buy it.
If
right?
I had a welder in my shop, maybe I'm not average, but if I had a welder in my shop,
yeah,
I cannot tell you how many times I would have just made what I needed.
Jesse. That's funny. Love it. But, like, that's the one thing, though. A lot of people, because even me, like, I am decent at fabrication, right? But I'm not amazing at it. And trying to put together, like, if you wanted to build your own sort of K member, you'd probably do it tubular or whatever else. And just the fabrication skills alone for that, like, if you have them, props to you. But most people don't, right? Like, when you guys are talking about that stuff, yeah, and like, okay, here's the thing, like I mentioned, there's a reason why that people do it the stock way, unless you, you do your own.
Tell me if this is the correct one. Hold on. So obviously not the tubular one, and if I can make it any smaller, I would. Hold on, or bigger.
Yeah, that's.
Give me a second. I'm trying. The one on the left, is that a stock K member?
Oh, I don't know if it's probably, those are probably V8. I'm not sure, because bear in mind, I don't know what they look like. That's the difference. Like, but again, like I mentioned, you're still going to replace it no matter what, and most people don't want to do that.
Depends on how badly you want to do the whole freaking. As I said, depends on how committed you are, and how resourceful you are to doing the engine swap. Because I mean, if you can fit a Hellcat engine in a Miata.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm talking about the average first-gen Mustang owner that has an inline-6 Mustang. The average, which they don't have a lot of money, they have an inline-6 first-gen Mustang, which are not super expensive. Like, a really nice, like, if it was a mint one, you're talking maybe 15 grand. They're not expensive, like, super expensive. And even a nice driver quality, probably 8, maybe even less. Right? So,
you said 15 grand? 15 grand. Not expensive.
Well, because a V8, well, okay, when you're talking.
I'm just saying, if you have 15 grand to drop on a car.
Well, most people also bought these when they were blood. So that's something you come across with these too. Because yeah, they've gotten stupid. Like most of these guys have owned them for 10+ years, but nobody cared about the 6-cylinder one. They do now because the V8s are starting to be untouchable, at least some. Right? Yeah, and that's the difference, right? Like by the time you're done, like could you effectively be within the same price as a V8 one, you'd be pretty close. Maybe a little cheaper, but not by much. And that's the thing, because you have to replace just about every single component underneath the car. That's the problem. Like, there's no
Yeah, that's
really
what
way
started.
around
That's what
that.
started this heated discussion.
But
Because
like,
I'm sitting here thinking, as a, like I said, as a backyard, not a prish posh, you know, I've got a classic car owner. As a, I've got a shit box, and
but
you know, I work on my own shit owner, and I want a V8 in my freaking, you know, first gen Mustang.
yeah, it's not gonna work out for you. It just won't. Not that way. You could screw some things together to a degree, but you still have to replace that game member no matter what.
Okay.
There's no
So
cutting it.
do we want to hear how shitbox my V8 swap is?
Go ahead. I mean, you mentioned the rear end in the car.
Okay, so the rear end was already replaced before I thought of putting a V8 in it. All right, because that was more of the mentality. You break it once, you put something better in it. And I broke it once, not doing very much, and I still had an inline 6 in it, and I broke it. So I swapped in the 8.5 10 bolt out of a Firebird, modified that to work because it was way too wide, way too long to fit underneath the car. So we cut the spring perches off. We arc welded the spring perches, like stick welded the spring perches. We cut them off and welded them in an inch on both sides, so a total of 2 inches further inbound, just to line up with the stock leaf springs that were on the car. I had to shorten the drive shaft because the drive shaft was too long. Also had to change the joint on the end of on the transmission end, so that way we could fit a U joint that would mate up with the rear end that was in the car now. I don't even know. I'm not even quite sure. It might be an 8.5. It was whatever came out of a late second gen, not even of Trans Am. It was either a Firebird or a Formula, but it was a V8 car. Somebody had it all hopped up on air jacks, on air shocks, and I guess I'm gonna have to say it was at least a Formula because it had a rear sway bar. I know the stock Firebirds did not have a rear sway bar.
Well, I'm thinking that was just a dig at GM because, you know, the nice rear end for Ford is an 8.8. So
I have no idea.
8.8 rear ends.
Pretty sure it was a 10 bolt. I have to go underneath the car and go look. I could actually pull up a picture. We can count the bolts. I have plenty of pictures of the rear end of that car.
But it doesn't sound really horrible.
All right, so like I said, we cut it off with an angle grinder. We cut the spring perches off with an angle grinder in our backyard. We stick welded them back on. Not MIG, not, you know, literally just an archaic fucking stick welder. Like basically not fancy. So then we had to replace that. We got it all back up in the car. We replaced we found out the drive shaft now didn't fit, so we had to get that cut down and had the yoke on the end swapped, just to get that in. But that was just for because I blew up the rear end with the inline 6. Fast forward a couple years, and I get a hold of what I thought was a 350. We do a gasket refresh on it, and you know, cleaned up the engine bay, that kind of stuff. And I swapped out the clamshell mounts, which is always fun because they're bolted in and they have a bolt and a nut. And of course, where the nut goes in, there's an A-arm in the way. So you got to take a wheel off and the spindle off, and you got to move the A-arm in a very specific place to be able to get to the bolts for the clamshell. And I had to get a special set of headers for that car because of where the engine sits and where the whatever. So I had to get a set of headers that fit that car. because I couldn't use, like, I ended up getting a set of like Headman shorty headers, where they just come down right in the middle and come straight down, which normally works for most Chevys. It came down straight in front of the cross member. Like, where I would want to hook up the rest of the exhaust, there was a cross member there.
You're telling me you didn't just drill a giant hole in it?
Right through the cross member, sure. No, I ended up having to get a different set. I got a set of long tube headers, which even that wasn't that great because they're flat on the bottom now from smashing the asphalt.
Yeah.
Never replaced the springs or the shocks in the front. Well, I did before the inline six, but not after. Not the springs, just the shocks. It had all new shocks all the way around. They were Gabriel heavy duty truck shocks. But that was when I replaced the original ones, not for compensating for the fact that I went from an inline six to a V8. Never replaced the front springs, never replaced the rear leaf springs. Didn't go with bigger brakes anywhere, front or rear. Literally just did the swap. That was it. Swapping an exhaust.
I will say that it is easier to try and screwball it like that, because I've heard of guys trying to screwball a 302 into a first gen Mustang, and they just can't get it to sit low enough. It will just sit too high whenever they've tried to do their own custom motor mounts, stuff like that. And unless you do the full custom route with a nice tubular or whatever, which most people don't have the skills to do that. So, yeah, it is one of those deals. Like, okay, your better sort of fabricators or whatever, or the people that have the knowledge could do it a little cheaper, but most people don't have. You can remember that, right? A lot of people, even a lot of your backyard mechanics you talk about, don't have that knowledge.
Yeah, well, and that's because a lot of them don't come from the generation of, literally building your engine on your back porch.
Some of them do, but
everybody, today's generation, a lot of them literally just, it's if I can't buy it off the shelf already made to work with my car, then I don't know how to do it.
You didn't realize I'm not talking about, though, just like you people today. This has been going on for 50 years, right? This is a thing that's been documented throughout time.
I've seen Jesse, I've seen engines built on my back porch since I was like 10 years old.
Yeah, well, the guy down the street with his, he's got a square body Chevy, it's a 1980, with a ZZ302 from a Z28 Corvette. Z28 Camaro. He doesn't know what year it came out, but that's what it came out of. And now it's totally built, and he literally built it in his trailer. He just had the engine parts strewn all about his trailer. And he built it.
I know people that have completely rebuilt their Harley in their living room. Like, completely had the whole bike torn apart in their living room.
Well, this is the guy, because, he's got some, back when he was going to build himself a set of headers for his thing, he's got all this tubing that's really nice, freaking round tube, that's.
We already know I rebuilt a transmission in my living room, in my kitchen.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the one thing though, because so there is not an easy way to even attempt to screwball, because there are. Like, Chevys are a lot easier to do that with, and that's why there's a lot more shitbox Chevys for them. Like, that's one of the reasons why that parts are cheap. But, because, it's just, it is easier. Like, the first-gen Mustangs are just, they are a terrible design to modify in that regard, unless you have a V8 car. Because there's not much you can do with the sixes that way, excluding what I mentioned before, which... There's cost to it, absolutely. Like, if you don't go the route I am doing, where basically I'm getting the parts for next to nothing for free, you're probably looking at, for just the parts, not including the transmission, to do that T5 swap, I'd be looking at, let's see, adding it all up in my head. That other one. So you're looking at right around 2,300 bucks to do that swap, right? It's expensive. Now if you did it how I did it, and with networking and everything, you can get that price considerably down. But yeah, it's not for the faint of heart, and that's not including the transmission. Transmission, if you get one used, it's not a free for
You know what's really bad though? I have more than that into this EFI swap.
Well, that's yeah. EFI is. Um, why the hell would you want to put twin I beam in a first? Why? Why? What is wrong with you? What? Jesse, what? Why?
Long travel suspension. Ooh. Off-road Mustang.
I mean that's fine. I don't care about that. But twin I beam? Like it's not actually a bad suspension design. It's actually very robust and whatever else. But for if you want to do any sort of adjustment, you can't.
Just make it a long A-arm freaking suspension.
Yeah, see,
Long
that's the way to do
independent, long A-arm suspension in the front. Just go full on, Baja Mustang look.
See, you're not supposed to. Well, depending on the off-roader, I suppose. Because most people say, "Oh, independent front suspension, that's the devil off-road." Even though depending on what you're doing, if you're rock crawling, yeah,
Well, it
you don't
depends
want
if you're
that.
four-wheel drive. If you're two-wheel drive, then front long A-arm setup is fine.
Sure.
Because most buggies aren't necessarily always four-wheel drive.
Okay, that's fair, Jesse. See, I think that's like maybe a rock crawler. I'm like, that's no. I wouldn't do
Yeah,
that.
pre-runner I think
Like-
was actually the word I was looking for first, not Baja. Baja is just what came to mind.
Yeah, like for me, I like that look because like there's a guy here in town that he has the '72 fastback Mustang that's full Mad Max out. Hey, I love it.
Where is it?
But
Is it somewhere?
although I do find it interesting because like the thing is just when he got it, it was red and had about an inch of Bondo all the way around the car. It was bad. It was bad. But
let's say Corvette. Where is my Mustang at? Don't mind me, keep talking. I'm just talking to myself.
oh
Oh, that's a Chevelle.
yeah. Oh yeah. Thick Bondo is very very terrible, and Bondo as a whole is horrible unless you do it the right way.
Nope, that's the Mustang.
But
Other one.
the
Am I making too much noise?
a little bit. Like the one thing is with his, it's really cool. He's got I think 29 inch tall winter studded tires, and they're like off-roady winter studded tires. Like they're just very aggressive tread. And so he has those on it. He's got over the back window your typical sort of just like grate that's like that X pattern.
Mm-hmm.
He's got that covering the back window. He's got the same thing for his grill, which his headlights are behind.
He's going for
and-
that full freaking post-apocalyptic look.
Oh, 100%. Because when he was the car that he started with, it makes perfect sense why he did it. And he has a roof rack on it too. Although at the car show, he actually wrote roof rack as he's going a different route, but he's still putting roof rack back on it.
Mm-hmm.
And so yeah, it actually because at the before the car show today in Florida there, he painted the entire thing, which I found hilarious. He just basically made it a little shiny more than anything. It was still you look at the body and just like I laughed, but it was pretty awesome. But like he has in marker all over the car funny there's funny things written about it. Like on a spoiler, for example, it's got some. It's not nice and shiny and black, and everything's quite dull, and there's mismatched paint on it, whatever else. And he wrote in marker, I ran out of paint on the spoiler, right? So,
Sorry.
you know, and then he still had some Bondo, like in the C pillar, for example. And so he wrote on it as well, just like, this Bondo identifies as metal, right? Like, just stuff like that all over the car is hilarious. And he does it literally just to piss off old guys and be like, why did you do it like that? You know? Like, because I can't, screw off. And it was horrible. Nobody was saved that car when he got it, and the fact it's on the road now is cool.
Found it.
Right? That took forever. Holy crap.
Huh?
That took forever.
It was in the bottom of the box. It was under everything.
So yeah, that's basically the look of his with the Mach 1 spoiler on the back, and he's got a Mach 1 style like hood. So
This is my, I wouldn't say my favorite gen Mustang, but it's my favorite oddball one.
see now, okay. And a little context on that, when he did that, he only did it for YouTube because I saw his truck, you know, just very recently. He got rid of all of that.
I have a Pro Mod looking one too.
See, I'm not a fan of that. That just looks.
I got
Alright.
both of these. What the hell did I get them? I actually didn't buy them myself. I did buy them myself, but I didn't buy them from like a store.
Jesse, he didn't fully get rid of it though, but he's actually got rid of all the paint that he did too. If you remember that, when he did that focus crosser.
Here you go. Cat.
Let's take a look. Once it pops up on the big screen. Okay, oh, cool.
And look, I can make it a convertible. Boom.
Yeah, you good.
The top broke at one point, and so now it's a convertible.
Hey, convertibles are great.
I like it looking. I like it the way it looks as a convertible more than I like the way it looks as a regular coupe. I gotta
Well,
stop
it's
taking
interesting.
these out of the plastic because I have nowhere to put them. Which is why they've been in the box, because I don't have any shelving in here to put them up on.
Why is this thing no longer charging?
I have a Camaro here too. These are those big time models though.
I didn't think to do that. That sounds like
I need to buy a Mustang. Yeah, but it would depend on what year. The only problem is there's very few years that I like. And I'm not allowed to buy another vehicle until I buy just her vehicle. I've already been told that.
what is her vehicle?
Nothing cheap. She has several that she wants. She wants a 69. If for a Mustang, she wants the 69 fastback. Got to be the fastback. And not a Shelby.
Well, that makes it a little cheap.
Well, but the thing is, she hates the Shelby taillights, which are just the Torino taillights. But yeah,
No, they're not. They're Thunderbird taillights.
or something. I know that they weren't Mustang taillights. Anyway, she wants a 69 Mustang fastback, or she wants a 70 or 71 Chevelle SS.
Chevelle's easier.
Chevelles are not maybe easier, but not cheaper. Anything
Well,
you buy
okay.
for a Chevelle is stupid crazy expensive.
Well, here's the thing that I will say about the Chevelle is you could get her an SS that doesn't have any documentation. That's an American
No,
car.
they're
'cause,
still like I can find them online, and they're still 8 to fucking 10 grand for a rusted shell.
some of them are, yeah.
A lot of the ones around here,
Yeah.
I pulled them up. It's like I could not find anything for under like 8 grand. And I'm not
That's fair,
talking
like-
about like somebody's basket case in their garage, 8 grand.
Yeah, like basically, so everything you've talked about so far is a minimum of 20 for a driver quote.
Right. All right.
Minimum.
And the thing is I could probably get a 69 coupe Mustang and do the fastback conversion for cheaper than I can find a decent Chevelle.
Ooh, that. Ooh.
Because I
Ah,
already found out how much it costs to buy all of the panels to do the Mustang, the fastback conversion. Because I think it's Goodmark literally sells a actual conversion kit with all of the parts you need already.
yeah, I do know that there are companies of that. And because there are people that have done it,
I
and
wouldn't hesitate to do it.
oh, don't get me wrong, it's a way better look. I like the fastbacks a lot more,
Mm-hmm.
but then when you get the Fox bodies, I like the coupes.
That's what I said. I don't like the coupes in this version either. I like the fastbacks in this version.
I
And
see that.
then the cheapest option is the early 70s El Caminos. Late
Yeah,
60s, early 70s El Camino. So basically the Chevelle front end Monte Carlo El Caminos.
really interesting. Jesse is well in the minority with that.
I
Like
don't
in the
hate the
first.
first gen coupe Mustangs. I actually like
Oh,
all
no,
of the Mustangs up until they went to the Mustang 2. There's not really a Mustang before the Mustang 2 that I don't like. I like them all. I like the way they look. So I'm not a Mustang hater. I just don't like Mustangs out after the 73. And very specific ones I like after that. I like the, what do you call them, the new Edge or whatever, the 03 to 04 or
that is
2000 to
99 to
04.
99 to 04.
Yeah, I like those ones. Specific styles though, not all of them. There's specific trims that I like out of those. I do like the 05 Mustang, especially depending on if they have the more aggressive body styling. I did not like the what I call the Austin Martin looking Mustangs at first. They've kind of grown on me.
Oh, the
The
new
newest
S550.
ones.
Yeah.
I hated them when they first came out. I thought they looked like an Austin Martin. They didn't scream Mustang, but I do kind of like them with now that they weren't the I can't say I like the stock base Mustang of that generation. But the ones with ground effects kits and some spoilers and stuff, they do look better. Um but yeah, it's not that I hate Mustangs. I just, no offense to you, Cat, and not saying that Fox body Mustangs just flat out suck. Just don't like them. I think they're ugly. Even though I've seen some nice examples of them, just not my taste. You know? And of course, if everybody had the same freaking taste, life would be boring anyway. You okay?
Yeah, no, it's.
Sorry, got
Buddy,
worried.
yeah, okay,
Is the cat not okay? This cat's okay, but is the other cat okay?
yeah, well,
Is he being
do it.
funky?
Let me do it a little. Hey, hang on.
Okay.
Favor. Hey, buddy.
So, and
There you
and to be honest,
go. Over there.
if there's another car that I want to get before I get a Mustang, unless she finds a Mustang that she wants, I want
There
a
you go, bud.
late fourth gen
Fast
TA.
before the faster.
I want a late fourth gen TA. I've always wanted one since I was a kid. And they're getting harder and harder to find. I would much rather find one of those next than a Mustang. And I don't even really care if it still has like the original, LT1 in it or LS whatever was in it. Because I'm probably going to do a modern engine swap in it anyway. I just like the way that car, I like the styling of the late fourth gen TAs. And it's been on my bucket list. So probably if I would have had a choice, I think the next car that I would acquire for myself would be a late fourth gen TA. Just because. I mean, unless something is, unless I end up with a significantly more amount of income that I can afford something better, I think I would say my next achievable play toy would be 98 to 2002 TA.
See, for me, there's not even like one, because there's so many that I'd love to have as
Oh
a
yes, there's a giant
toy.
list of all of the ones I'd love to have, but I said if I had to put my effort in a single direction.
I don't like that's the weird thing to me, because I love those cars just about equally. You know, like a '69 Mustang, a '68 Fairlane Torino. You know, I like my Austin Minis especially. Stuff like that, where it's like, honestly, I love those cars all equally. Like if I found one,
But you're
sure,
able to
any of those.
I guess a cat came downstairs. My dog's going stupid. Um the thing is you have been able to buy and sell way more cars. You have gone through the ability to find, own, and move on way more cars than I have. Hold on. Entertain them for a minute. I need to go separate Tweedledee and Tweedledum. Because I guarantee you that's what's going on.
Okay, I will entertain the masses. You know, dances, whatever else. You know, I'll say hi. I'm not gonna like flash you or anything like that, because you know you might like that, but that's against policy here on YouTube, so that's not gonna happen either. Um, oh, those are cool actually. And yes, 6. Okay, yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, okay. Just had to think about it.
Yep. Dog had the cat trapped in the living room. Wait,
Yeah, and actually, like something that Jesse said earlier was he wants a Mustang 2 to match his Bronco 2. So here's a question for you: do you just want to do the whole thing of
mini vehicles from Ford?
just any vehicle that has number 2 in it that's not like F-250 or something like that that ends in?
Oh, he has an F-250, or I thought he has an F-350, F-250.
He's got an F-250. And Pilot, technically speaking, yeah, they have not made a Boss 302 convertible. They never made a Boss anything convertible. However, I will say they did make a Boss convertible, albeit it wasn't considered an actual Boss. That one that you showed there is not actually a Boss 302. They just put the Boss decal on it and called it good. There wasn't anything special about it.
I don't know. It was something that I got it as a gift as a model as a kid. So
yeah, I get that. It doesn't seem like something you can buy, so I understand that. And yeah, it's just yeah, it is one of those deals though with the SN95 is kind of funny, because the only special edition like badass SN95 they made was the SVT Cobra R.
Well, I do believe if I remember, yeah, I think it was, yeah, there was only like 4 of those made, wasn't there? That it was also like a slightly orangey red color, if I remember correctly.
Oh, there was a lot more than that. Like a ton made, but there was probably 4, 5, 600. I don't know because yeah, like the Cobra started in '93 with the box body, then they moved on to the SN95, and they had the most badass SVT Cobra R was the new Edge one. That thing was a monster.
That's the one that had the real tall rear spoiler, right? It's like a 6 or 7 or 8 inch tall rear spoiler.
It's a massive thing, and it looks wrong on anything other than that part. Because people have put it on their V6s and even their GTs, and it just doesn't look right. You know, you need the entire body kit for it to work, and because they do have a specific chin spoiler on them, and
Can
even
you
the grill is
imagine?
different and stuff like that.
Can you imagine somebody just running the ground effects kit from a TA on a Firebird without the rear spoiler, or the vents in the front fenders?
I mean, I can see somebody doing that,
It'd look weird.
but it would. Well, it's like anytime you see any of those second gen Firebirds that don't have a little bit of the spoilers, weird looking.
Well, the
They
only one that
all
got
are.
the spoiler was the Formula and the TAs. The regular Firebirds didn't get a rear spoiler.
Yeah, I know. They're weird looking.
And
Like-
you could not get the ground effects kit on anything but the TA. You could get the spoiler. The formulas came with a rear spoiler, but they did not come with any of the ground effects kit. The wheel fairings and stuff, and the front lip, none of them came with that. That was a
Does it
TA
actually-
only option.
I'm trying to think actually because I have seen from the factory regular Firebirds with the spoiler on that.
Mm-mm.
But
Maybe a bluebird or a redbird, but not a regular Firebird.
there was a guy that had, so it was just a plain Jane Firebird, albeit 301 turbo car. So maybe that's why. He had a gold one, and it was factory because he had the build sheet for it, and they actually had the spoiler as that up. Now, it's
Was it a
possible you can
formula?
add it on at. No, it was not. It was just a Firebird that had the 301 turbo in it.
Well, 301 turbo
just
is something you can put in a Firebird. But normally you didn't get the rear spoiler unless it was a formula.
Now, it might be that this specific one, and I've seen a few others like it, but they may have been added later. This one, I saw the build sheet for it, so I knew it was great. But it could
Pretty
have
sure
they
it was.
ordered it.
Yeah, pretty sure.
They
it
may
would've
have
been
ordered
formula.
it that way.
Yeah. Well,
You know,
I'm pretty
that's the thing. There's a lot of stuff that you can order.
Right,
that
but like
way, and
when you ordered the spoiler, it was part of the formula package. So as soon as you check that box off, it jumped it up to the next. You know what I mean? It's you see it in a lot of different things. It's like as soon as you check that box, it turned it from this to this because it's only offered in that package.
Well, it is possible because I know, and especially back then, you could screwball your way around stuff too. Like, especially back then. If you just knew the right things about it, because like, there was even some secret options on the too that nobody knew about. That wasn't actually on their list. You had to ask about.
Yeah.
Stuff like that, right? And that would have been something.
Might have been something
like,
you can
we'll
only get
never
up in
know. I
Canada,
don't-
though.
That could have crashed badly and crushed years ago.
Do what?
Very sad. It was crashed and crushed years ago. Like it got T-boned hard, so like really bad.
What happened to my mom's the car that I came home from the hospital in? It was T-boned. My mom was not the one driving it.
Yeah, like and because when he got T-boned, it wasn't just like okay, hitting and just toppling the car. It also rolled too. So it T-boned and then rolled. It was T-boned straight into a median and rolled that way on it. It was just like, oh, dude, like you couldn't have crashed that thing any harder. And he got hit at like the guy was going, I think it was 110 kilometers an hour, like just. Which bear in mind, that's about 65, 66 miles an hour. So pretty good hit. And yeah, it was totally written off. And this was at a time when nobody really cared about them. This was 10, 12 years ago.
People still don't care about them.
What I meant by that is from a value standpoint, it didn't really have it.
No.
Not that- at least
if
not
it's
here.
not a TA, even formulas, unless they're like the early second gen formulas, they're not fetching any decent prices unless it's a black TA. You can have a white one,
Yeah,
you can have a red one, you can have a blue TA, and it still will not fetch the prices a black one will.
Yeah, well, that's Yeah, I think some of that is because of the movie, though.
Well, yeah, and that's actually annoying because I belong to many TA groups, Firebird groups, whatever, and it's really frustrating when you see somebody. So there's several people that literally just crank these cars out. They get them in, they restore them, they paint them, and they sell them. That's what they do, and it's
Yeah.
frustrating because they'll get like a blue one or a red one or a white one. It will not leave It will not leave their shop that color. It will leave their shop
Yeah.
black because black sells.
No, for sure. I
And
totally understand.
it's when I first wanted my car, I wanted a black car. But now that I have a black car, I don't want it. It's not that I don't want my car. I don't want it black. Because I'm so sick and tired of seeing every Trans Am that I see is black. It gets old. You know? I mean, I almost wish that I wanted my car bright red or blue, just because it would be different. I don't
Well,
really
see,
want
now,
it I don't really want it bright red or blue. I mean, I'd love the bright red ones or whatever, but I just don't want mine to be black anymore. Which is why I want to go with that murdered purple look.
you see, now, what was I talking about? I do know actually, well, he's actually selling, I don't even remember the options in it, what they both mentioned, but actually there's an ad, somebody's actually selling a Redbird, which is kind of cool.
Redbird and Bluebirds, those are some really, really unique cars because they don't follow the formula for the Firebird lineup. Because the Red and the Bluebirds have a spoiler. They have the Trans Am wheels. They don't have the ground effects kit and they don't have the Formula hood. But they have the full interior is 9 out of 10 times a full luxury interior.
Yeah, oh yeah.
They were the
this
luxury. They normally they can come with like V6s and like the base engines. But normally the interior is fully decked out and normally it's got the spoiler and the TA rims, which you can't get the TA rims on anything but a TA or a Blackbird or a Bluebird. And a Yellowbird. They have a Yellowbird too.
You would see
Red, blue, and yellow, I think are the three.
well, see, and that's kind of the interesting. Well, there's red.
Yeah, the red is
Red
and
bird.
they're all more of a pastel-y color too. Like the yellow is like a lighter canary yellow. The blue is like a baby's kind of sky blue look, and then the red isn't like a deep red. It's more of like a lighter red. You know what I mean? It's not like a real vibrant red. It's weird. It's more of like a low contrast red. And the rims are painted. The Trans Am rims are painted the same color as the car. So the Redbird obviously has red snowflakes. The Yellowbird has yellow snowflakes, and the Bluebird has blue snowflakes.
Oh, because yeah, like I'm wanting to see if I can find it here, but here, slow. Because like I think it's on Marketplace. Maybe it's on GTA. But here, type in Firebird.
Though I do have, I think that'd be a good while you're looking for that stuff. I think it'd be a good time to update you guys on what's going on with the channel. No, Pilot doesn't have Instagram, so he hasn't seen any of the new posts. I did. I'm not sure what the last thing I updated on. So we pulled out all the wiring out of the car, and in doing so, realized that I needed to fix the dash before I put the new wiring in the dash. So we started to fix the dash. I have the dash completely ready to be put back together. I did recover. I re-vinyled the glove box door and I don't know if it's a kick panel, but an access panel underneath of the steering column. And when I went to go do the dashboard itself, I screwed up and didn't leave myself enough material. It was coming out great. until I realized that where it was wrapping, I literally would not have enough material to cover the whole corner of the dashboard at the bottom. So I had to pull it off, and that's what's sitting behind me right here. This is 4 yards, which I had to buy another 4 yards. So originally I bought 3 yards. This is 4 yards of that black onyx vinyl. It's got some weight to it. I mean, this has got to be a good like 10 or 15 pounds. And yeah, so it's that black vinyl that I'd already bought. So I don't think I'm going to cut this one before I try to put it on. I think I'm just going to give myself a lot of room, and if I waste some, I waste some. But I don't want to run out on the edges like I did last time. So I had to pull the old one.
So,
did you find it?
Yeah, I did. I'm just going to put it in the chat here.
And you want me to pull it up?
Yeah, because it's actually kind of interesting because it's a Redbird Esprit.
Yeah, that's what they were. They were Esprits.
Yeah, there you go. It's a really neat car. Like, obviously, it needs a lot of work because it doesn't run and anything like that. The motor's probably locked up because there's missing and there's nothing covering it.
What chat did you put it in?
I put it in the live stream, like the actual chat that we're talking.
I have that. Why did it not?
Yeah, and like it's not expensive in the grand scheme. Because usually when you find the special edition sort of
this chat. Sure.
Yeah.
I'm looking in the Facebook group.
Yeah, no. I'm talking about like actually YouTube.
Yeah, that's definitely a Redbird. Yeah, the Redbirds are the only things that can blur the lines between a Trans Am and a base bird.
Yeah, because when you look at that thing, it's like, yeah, because it's got the gold feel, it's got the dash too.
It's got the freaking houndstooth seats in a color that you couldn't get in a TA. So you could only get black and gold No, I lie. You could get blue, red, or never mind. You could get those ones, but the most popular were the tan and the black houndstooth. All right, let me see if I can pull this up here without showing everything the frick else. Nope, can't do that. So just gotta share the.
Yeah. Yeah, I was. It's difficult because it is it's on marketplace. So.
Let me get a. Do they have a nice, like, distant shot of it? Ooh, it is. Got some bad floors. Ooh.
Yeah, it does.
There.
Yeah, there's some crust in it.
There's the rims.
Yeah, they're funky.
No, they're just snowflake rims with red instead of the black or the gold.
Oh, I know, but you usually see them with the gold and black. That's why.
No, they don't have a good picture of the whole side of the car.
No, they don't. Like, it's
a bad post, yeah.
Like, there is some stuff, although I will say that he has the build sheet and stuff like that is kind of cool. But
I only see 3 of the 4 rims. And there's
Well, to be fair, I think you can only fit 3 in the trunk. So the other one might be inside.
No, you can fit all 4 in the trunk.
Can you? Okay.
With no tires on it.
But he doesn't really mention that in the ad.
In decent shape, it looks like. The houndstooth's in pretty good shape. Well,
it's possible that
the driver's side seat is something you'd have to go see.
Yeah, and this thing, it's so far north.
It's got the spoiler, which like I said, you can't get that really on anything. See, it doesn't have, and this is the difference. You see the taillights? That's the difference between, like, the TAs are the only ones with the smoked rear taillights.
Yeah.
Which there is another. There it is. So, like, these have the regular Firebird taillights. But they have so many options. This is a crank window car. A lot of these were automatic electric windows.
Yeah, like this one is a little weirdly option because
it's got the gold front emblems, which were only on the SE cars, and I guess the the bird cars.
We'll see, and that's the one thing about this thing. Because I think now you have to look at all the entire options there, whatever else that they have pictures of.
This is.
But I think this is
Non-AC
essentially. I think this is a most.
No AC.
It has many options, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, it's a non-AC car. This is a 301 car. Pretty sure. It's either a 301 or a 400. It's not...
That's a big range.
Well, no. That's the two. It's the two Pontiac engines. This is a Pontiac engine. Because they did come with other things other than the Pontiac engine. So this is either and the
True.
two engines they had were a 301 or a 400.
Yeah, which you'd have to look at. Well, because he shows the option sheet there.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if you can decode.
I was just trying to look at what it's got on here. Limited slip diff. I'm gonna guess this is a 400 car because it's got the limited slip tag.
So it's actually like, okay, so obviously now the motor might be screwed. You don't know, but if not,
It's a Pontiac 400 car. It's got the really nice interior. So this is, like I said, this is the sought after material. This houndstooth with that center seat there. It's got the deluxe interior because it's got the carpeted mat pockets in the bottom. So yeah, you couldn't get the carpeted bottoms. That's the deluxe interior. It has the gold in the steering wheel and in the dash. It's got the rear defrost window. That's what this little knob is. This little button over here is. It's not an AC car because otherwise there would be two vents right here above that.
yeah. Which up here, like if this is a Canadian car, which I think it is, rear defrost is just about standard on most.
All right, my car's got rear defrost.
Because it's just like, most vehicles, even if it's a summer car,
I don't.
a lot of them have block heaters too.
Yeah, I don't know why it's got two pools. These would be for the cow vents. I don't know why it's got two of them.
I don't know. There's something that looks a little jerry-rigged there, though. Oh, that's what it is. So for the parking brake there, I don't know if you noticed that, but it's got the when you look at that, because you notice that there's a rope around it. Yeah, that's because it doesn't return back. That's 100% what that is.
Yeah, because there's a maybe that's what that second pull is. Might be the return for the parking brake release.
Yeah, they may have put that in just because it didn't return and they wanted to. Which is funny to see that. But yeah, but it looks to be really, like, other than of course the rust, which now you can't see fully underneath because even the underneath shots aren't great.
Well,
but
I'm looking at a lot of the interior panels and
yeah. Wait, but it looks to be like a fairly decent car.
it needs some body work. It needs quarters. It needs the underside doesn't look too bad, but I can't see right here, which I want to, and I can't see the same side. Well, right here doesn't look too bad. My car's starting to show a little bit of rust here at the bottom where the frame rail droops down, but the floors are definitely gone. And for a non-T-top car, what?
Now, Pilot mentioned, could that be a dash vent and a floor vent? Which I don't think so.
No, the dash vent is controlled by the HVAC panel.
Oh, okay. So, because like the Fox body is interesting because you've got just the one pole on either side.
Yeah, that's the way most.
What's interesting is, well, what's interesting with those though, for the fresh air, is so you have them all the way out and it comes straight through the vents to your face. But you push it halfway in approximately, it goes through to your face and to the bottom as well.
Oh, see, ours, in most GM cars, those pools on the side you pull them out, and it goes from the cowl panel, the cowl vents, straight down the sides of the around the sides of the dash, and out the kick panels, right at your feet.
Yeah, that's
vent,
what I'm used to seeing.
any of the vents in the dash are controlled by the HVAC panel. They go through the blower motor.
Only on AC cars is that a thing for the Fox buttons. Until you get later on where they just deleted the fresh air vents entirely. But yeah, and the AC cars, they have an extra. Actually, I have the dash surround for the AC car. But they just have, like you mentioned before, that extra vent that's towards the center. Just like all the Firebirds. And, yeah, although it is cool that it has...
It is a 301.
301 Posse card?
Yeah.
That's cool.
So it's got...
So it is a stripper model that, like, it's got... I noticed it had a tilt steering on it. But, other than that, so it's got limit slip, tilt. That's about it. Cool. I like weirdly option cars that way because
it's got a custom front mirror. It's got the spoiler. Posse traction. Custom pedal pads. It's got the 63 amp alternator. The 53 amp alternator, which is the higher alternator for that year. 3-speed automatic. It says Formula steering wheel, but
and it may have potentially been different because I think it's a Canadian car.
Yeah.
So it might be slightly different in there because it's Canadian. Unless it is an American car, but usually you don't. They would normally say in the ad it's
rally gauge pack with the clock. But that's the upgraded cluster.
See, it's just like when I saw that, it's like it's cool. Obviously, I don't know what about it. It's cool.
It's got the. I gotta go look. It's got the. Yeah, the extra gauge pods. So yeah, you got your tack, and this would be your speedometer. Now mine's got the clock in here, which I think it does have. There's the knob for the clock. I don't see the clock though. And this would be your fuel gauge. And this would be your amp and oil pressure. Your volt and oil pressure gauge. It's a Canadian car. Z49 is Canadian equipped.
Okay, there you go. So you have block heater.
Red carmine, cloth interior. Yeah. Doesn't have a whole lot of options, you're right. Made in Norwood, Ohio.
It is weird to see it though, right?
Yeah, it's an Ohio car.
Yeah, we mentioned that finally. It's not an AC car.
No,
yeah, I mean, the one thing is, you don't see the American cars up here very often, and if you do, they say it in the ad, which is one of them.
Right, it says Canadian equipped, so it was built for Canada.
Yeah. See, well, I guess as well, because we don't have titles here, so it makes it a little...
It's a 79, too.
Like it's such a cool car. And like when I saw that, I'm like, ooh, that's really fun, especially because it's a Redbird. Like you
Yeah,
just
Redbirds are
don't
rare.
see them. Yeah, like regular Firebirds or whatever. Yeah, I see those.
Those are the
Like
valve
not all the
covers.
time, but I see them.
Those are the valve covers that I'm looking for, by the way. Well, I want the chrome ones, not the painted ones.
Maybe there's a bunch of chrome underneath all that.
They're painted blue. You can see it right here. They're painted. This is corporate blue. It's not even the blue that I have. This is corporate blue, which is a regular Chevy color. Which they painted all the engines that color at that time. So all the GM engines were that same like corporate blue.
See, there you go. We're going through Pontiac Discovery with the. There you go. That could be a segment.
There you go.
Yeah, it's like once a week we find you a Pontiac over there.
Yeah. If this was a power steering car, there would have been a Firebird logo to plug that hole in the door panel, and there would be a switch panel here in the center, or up on the dash for the earlier cars had it up here on the dash for the front, for the power windows, and then in this year and later years it would have been down here in the dash right behind the gear shifter, right in front of the console box. There'd been a little switch panel here.
Yeah, like that's a car that if I had just the money and if I was adept at because I don't know obviously Pontiac cars, and I know that they are more expensive to try and get purchased. But if I had all that stuff, whatever else, and if it was a lot closer, just maybe how it works, it'd be interesting. Just be fun to kind of revive it, enjoy it for a bit, move on.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why there's two. Because no, the parking brake release should be up here. Pretty sure. I'd have to go out to my car and go look.
Also, it's a Canadian thing, weirdly. Because I know there are weird specs sometimes between American and Canadian cars.
I see Dale.
Not that, like, for the most part, they are the same. But
not power release, rear lock, rear latch, the standard.
now, see, and being 79, now, Jesse had a good point. That could be a mechanical choke, right? If somebody added, makes sense.
No, it's not to pop the trunk.
Actually, the mechanical choke makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you in a
Didn't
second.
think about that. Well, there's no carburetor.
It doesn't matter. It'll still be there.
Unless they ripped it out, but.
Well, then the other. But that's a standard freaking. Both those knobs were the same.
Yeah, well, they just found one from a junkyard or whatever and added it.
No, there's.
That's.
There's the brake release right there. And then two vents. I don't have I have an EC car, so maybe these two vents controlled both sides. I didn't see a vent control on the passenger side, so maybe you control both sides from the driver's side. Now my Nova is different. My Nova has a vent pool on this side for this one and a vent pool on that side for that one.
Yeah, they were usually independent. That is odd. That would be the case.
I don't have.
But again,
I don't have a. I have an AC car, so I wouldn't know.
There you go. Maybe this is one to put in one of the Firebird groups. Be like, help me out there, guys. What the hell is this?
All I have to do is go look on enough ones there and be able to tell you. Wouldn't even need to ask. I want to see if it's got the map light freaking center dome light, because I did see something in the options list about a light package. Some of them,
unfortunately, it just got.
Yeah, I have that map light, center dome light. My car came. So my car came with a bunch like the regular standard dome light, the little round one. But I have, from the car that I got the black interior from, I have the dome light with the 2 map lights. So the upgraded dome light, you'd have the center dome, which would be square, and then it had 2 round lights that pointed directly at the seats for reading, for map reading. Kind of like most modern cars have them like right by the mirror.
Yeah. Well, even in the Fox bodies have them
In
right
the,
by the mirror.
yeah,
If
in
you
these
have
cars,
it.
in these cars, the map light is in the center dome. If you had that option.
Interesting. Yeah, because like on the Fox bodies, because actually the Capri has the map light, which is one of the few times I've actually seen it because it's kind of a rare option on them. To have the map light because nobody really cares. At least up here. But being that this is a Capri, and even though it's the midline trim, it's also a Gia, which is weird because like the Gias were almost like a subtrim of the GS and RS and even the L's. So you could get a base model that's a Gia or a fully loaded one that's a Gia. It's so weird.
Do you remember me talking about the vinyl tops on the Novas? Like, I guess it was in the last live stream we had about putting a vinyl top on my Nova, and I said that I had the brackets that go from the quarter windows to the rear windshield.
I don't, but
I found them. That's the only piece right here that you need to switch my car from a hard top to a vinyl top. Literally the only piece.
Yeah, I don't think that's worth doing. But,
oh, I'm going to. I want to. So this
really?
part here. Yeah, I literally went and paid for this to be sent to my house. I had to hunt these down. So this part here is the part that goes to the back window, and then this is the part that goes from the side of the car up to the quarter window. But yeah, like, these are not easy to find. And
I can imagine.
Huh?
I can imagine, yeah. Like, it's I know all about uniform parts.
But yeah, I have both sides right here. But yeah, this was hard to find, and as soon as I found them, I snagged them up. Because my car is going to go black with a black vinyl top, and then it's going to have like a pepper gray down the sides. I think I've shown pictures. I did a where do I have that at?
I don't think I've ever seen one with a vinyl top.
What, a 4th gen with a vinyl top?
Yeah, I don't think I have.
Let's see if I can
Third
find
gens, yeah, but not 4th gen. For speaking of which, there actually was. I didn't take any pictures at the car show. I know that Yosef's there. He actually did a video of the entire car show, and there happened to be a burnt orange 4th gen Nova. Very clean car. So stay tuned to those videos. You might because I didn't do anything for that. I didn't take pictures. I didn't do a video.
It's not the best example, but it's the first one that I found.
Look here. Interesting. I mean, it doesn't look bad or anything.
No, and literally, it's only the C pillars, the roof, and I think it comes down the A pillars. It doesn't touch the B pillar.
Interesting. So it's actually a very simple.
Very simple top. Like I said, the only piece that you need to change is that little piece that goes right here. It's not going to let me go any further in. But right here. That's where that little piece is that I held up. That's it. The front has all of the factory trim and everything. There's not really any special trim that goes around the rear quarter window because they already have trim that goes there. So there's no additional trim there. So yeah, there's really no additional trim needed anywhere.
Interesting. Wow, look at Chevrolet making this easier for people.
Let's see if I can find a better one.
And oddly enough, GM for the most part kind of does that for you. It's kind of nice. They
Yeah.
make it easier
Well,
for
I
people
mean,
to
like
walk by
even the
first.
second gen Novas. I mean, here's a second gen. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I didn't want to open
You see, even second gen Novas with the bottom top are
really simple.
third. I can imagine they probably are.
Now they have a much bigger. They have a much bigger trim piece to go. I'm trying to make this image window. So the smaller I make the window, the bigger it shows up. Come on. No, well, let me touch it. Oh, it's just not bringing the thing up. Okay, anyway. Share screen. Share. Chrome tab. This one. Blue. So, like, it's got a much bigger trim piece.
Why are you popping up on? I'm a little behind on my computer, and it's hard to get up to live. There we go. Wait, that's a second gen?
Mm-hmm. 68 to 70. 68 to 74.
Oh, that's third gen.
Okay, third gen. Sorry.
I was gonna say, that's not a Chevy too. That's why I'm like,
That's right. 72
yeah, no,
for
okay.
the shoebox. I get the generations before mine mixed up.
All good. Like I'm looking at it, going.
Because technically, you've got the 33, the 73 and 74, which are kind of a different generation of all of their own.
Yeah,
They're way different. I mean, the whole rear quarter, the trunk floor, all of that is different.
Yeah, it's still considered the same generation.
Right. Even though like half the car is different.
Yeah.
Not even like it's not even a styling change. Like literally the structure of the car is different.
Yeah, you think that would constitute a
Yeah, and it's all to accommodate for the frickin' the crash bumpers, which were mandatory in 73.
What the hell? So I just decided to hop on Kijiji really quick to look at classic cars for sale. And the top 3 ads for classic cars in Alberta, they're all under $100,000. Like, what the hell?
Because classic cars are fucking stupid expensive along with everything else. Everybody thinks that they got, something that's worth fucking mega fucking money for it.
Here you go. I found a 68 Mustang Fastback that is quite disassembled, and they want $20,000 for it.
Yeah.
The Fastbacks are stupid. They really are.
Do I have that window open still?
There you go. A 68 Charger that's a 383 4-speed. That's cool.
Let's see if
But
I
not
can
running. Has been sitting for 30 years, and they want $30,000 for it. Which I see why, but
$25. $25 for a 25-gallon air compressor. It doesn't look like a 25-gallon, but anyway, 25-gallon air compressor not running. $25 for one not running.
well, $25. Yeah, I mean, if there's certain parts that you can use off it or whatever else, I can see that. I can see it.
Yeah.
And sometimes actually with those compressors, can be very simple. Sometimes. Okay.
Okay, I'm just looking up Chevelle. 35,000 for a 72, 35,000 for a 67. Here's a 68 for 14,000. That looks like it's been modified for drag racing, which would not be conducive for what Jess would want. That's a Nova. That's an 80s Malibu for $8,000. 81 Malibu. 86 El Camino. little too new for what she wants, because that's the Monte Carlo style front end, and they still want 14,000 for that.
Okay, if it's actually swapped with the Monte Carlo, like it's the Monte Carlo front end, they never came with that from the
Yes, they
factory.
did. You could get the Monte Carlo SS front nose on an El Camino. Yes, you could. Down here in PA, yes, you down here in the States, yes, you could.
From the factory?
Yeah. They had the Aero style front nose on the El Caminos in the late 80s.
Like there was a similar nose, but it wasn't quite the Monte Carlo. I could be wrong. Like I might be remembering, obviously, like that's impossible. But yeah.
All right. Well, let me actually literally search El Camino. It'd probably be an 85 or 85 through 87 El Camino.
Like I'm just gonna like obviously, like yeah, I just like I said, I do remember it.
Nope, that's not the right one. 86, is this the right one? Nope, that has the big bumper front nose. Let me try that. Wrong gear.
You know, the funny part is though with those is once you like with that generation of is once you start making quite a bit of power with it, they have a thing called the G-body shuffle. Um, and every G-body has that when you make a ton of power out of them, and you can't get rid of it.
I don't think she's really caring about that.
But it is an interesting thing. Yeah, because I thought that all the Monte Carlo front ends, I thought that they were. I'm just trying to think what I'm thinking now. Yeah, because that's the Malibu front end. When you see the Monte Carlo front end, that's
yes,
usually
they have
swap.
the Malibu front end. But the later ones will have the Monte Carlo SS front nose.
I'm pretty sure those are all swapped. Yeah, because seeing that one, that even says that it's swap. Because the regular SS's had a fender extension on that, but it was still the Monte Carlo. I mean,
This is a choo-choo custom one. But it does have the Monte Carlo front nose. This is an 87.
Yeah, any of the ones you see are all. That's why I'm led to believe that.
Well, let's just do a Google search. 87.
You know, that's the interesting thing because actually Pilot mentioned that it's the anniversary of 9/11. Well, the one thing is for me, because I don't read very much on that day or anything like that, or remember it, because it's my sister's birthday.
Right.
Like that might be the worst birthday you can have.
Well, I guess it would depend on where you're from too.
Sure, I mean it's still affected us. Because that's the one thing about that is I remember being in school when it happened, and we actually stopped school for the entire day, and we watched it live. Oh my god! I just found a unicorn sale.
A unicorn.
Very much a unicorn, because you've probably never heard of Fargo, I guess, judging by your American. Because the Fargo was a Canadian Dodge. It's outright what they were. They just rebadged Dodge as Fargo.
What is it?
It's called a Fargo. Fargo. And this one happens to be a crew cab short box, a 72. That is wild to see. I like it. I don't know.
Okay, so you could buy it with the Monte Carlo front nose. It was an option through GM, and they were completed by Choo Choo Customs in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, I am mistaken. There you go.
Do what?
Oh, yeah, like I said, I was mistaken. Which is
Yeah, the conversion concluded, the modifications included aerodynamic front end, similar to the Monte Carlo SS, side exhaust skirts, aluminum wheels. The conversion also included the SS badging on the exterior of the body. The distinction was only attained by ordering the SS sports door option package from the factory.
see, that makes sense. Yeah, now, he only has 2 pictures of this, and he doesn't actually show the cargo pin. Lame.
Yeah, so
Because okay, yeah, I mean, honestly, that makes sense. I just don't think I've ever seen a factory one. So there's that.
well,
Because they are very rare to find.
like they said,
here.
it was a factory option, just was done through Choo Choo Customs in Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Yeah, which like that.
So those ones that I did find earlier were actually obviously factory options, just not.
Yeah, oh, for sure. Yeah, that totally.
But the standard one still had a Monte Carlo front nose. It was just the Monte Carlo Malibu front nose.
Yeah, well, mind you, ooh.
With the
When's
chrome
the last
front
time I
bumper.
actually saw it? I'm trying to actually think, because I'm trying to remember just a regular G-body Monte Carlo non-SS front nose. It's been a long time since I've seen one.
All right, we are not playing.
Were...
As much as I love conspiracy theories, we're not playing conspiracy theories in the chat. That gets too heated.
Yeah, definitely.
It's too heavy of a topic. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, like some conspiracy theories are fun, but when you get to stuff like that, that's when it gets really.
But the thing is like I said again, I am all for conspiracy theories. I like indulging in them, discussing them, talking about them, but time and place. And I don't want to see people's feathers getting ruffled in my chat over that shit, because I can ruffle feathers, and yeah, it's just not something that I want to see here. Yeah, and again, you guys want to talk about it on your own, go for it. I'm all for it. I'm sure my opinions are not in agree with most normal people's either, but I also know that there's just, just like even in our live stream group chat on Facebook, there's just some topics that just no. Because just, gotta keep the masses at, whatever, not feeling offended. Oh, but anyway.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I could say. Right. That's cool.
Now, I have,
yeah.
Speaking of, sorry, brain jumped back to things that I've been trying to accomplish. I promise I will work on, I don't know if I can work on it tomorrow because we have my kid's birthday party tomorrow, and he turned 5 on Friday. but I promise I will try to work on editing a video for the channel this week. I did start editing, like pulling the wires out of the car, and I just realized the video is boring, so I scrapped it. So I don't have a video of pulling the wires out of the car because I couldn't make it interesting. There was, it's literally just pulling wires out of the car. There's like, I don't even really have any talking bits to add to it.
Okay,
So
I've been, I will say, because my channel went through a bit of a drought for a bit, but I'm starting to get more content out again.
I've noticed content on YouTube at least.
Yeah.
I've uploaded
Well,
a few things.
the one thing is, these are an absolute godsend for me. Just Gatorade, Powerade, whatever you want to call them.
All the electrolytes.
Yep. And, well, it's that and salt.
Mhm.
A lot of salt in the and because when I'm having my issues, I chug these. I'll chug like 3 or 4 of them at a time, and then I'll level out. So, yeah, it's one of those things that I've discovered. Like even today, I was having major issues at the car show. My heart rate, put it this way, it went from 130 down to 59, back up to 100, down to 60, all over the place for about 20 minutes.
You still think you
That
have
was fun.
that? What Josh call it? Pots.
Yeah, I think so. It's
That's what
not
Josh thought you
permanent
had.
yet.
Yeah.
A version of it, I believe, because there are different versions of it.
Right.
I believe so.
Because I don't think you
I-
talked about it in front of Jess, and Jess said from what you were explaining, she said that's what it sounded like.
Yeah, and I'm talking to a Potts advocacy group, and they mentioned what version I probably have.
Okay.
I can't remember what they mentioned in there, but it's one of these deals where, yeah, because I've heard a lot of the symptoms, some of them are different.
Is it easily manageable at least?
Yes, no, it depends. It depends. Like, it does hinder my daily life. I stumble about all the time. I faint. When I have issues while driving, that's why I have a cooler on my back seat that I have a few of these in there where I just chug it as I go down the road. No, because otherwise I could faint behind the wheel. It's possible. It's just I have to be really careful with my daily life now because at any moment it could really screw it. So, like, I gotta be careful. But you just learn to live with it. That's what I've been doing, and because I can't really do anything to change. And yeah, because I wish there was something that I could just be like, yeah, okay, I could take these, whatever else, like give me something, and then I could be good. That's not how it works.
Right.
There are medications, whatever else, but it more dulls the symptoms as opposed to fixing.
It makes them manageable.
Yeah, and even sometimes it doesn't. Like it's not a surefire. Hey, makes things manageable. No. And like there are people that are much further, like way worse with it than I am. That's for sure. Because even my bestie, I don't know how she's a waitress. I don't know how she is a waitress, but she is with worse symptoms than I have, and it blows my mind.
Hopefully,
But power to her.
Hopefully, her employer accommodates her.
For the most part, yeah. So, and it's just it is really it really does make it difficult. Although it's interesting because, like, at the car show when I was talking about it to people, because they saw me stumble and they asked, are you okay? He's like, yeah, no, I explained it to them, whatever else. And there was one guy actually that showed, hey, look, I can go watch you that's monitoring my shit. Oh, it's not just me. And a lot of the older guys have heart issues, and then there's me that's just like, hey, yeah, I'm 26 and heart issues.
Yeah.
Don't recommend it. And this whole thing started right after both.
Yeah,
I just got
COVID kicked my ass. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it
yeah.
wasn't as bad as some people, but like the main part was just kind of like having a really bad flu. But ever since, like, I get phlegm in my throat that I'm not used to, cough, literally so little motivation, and everything that I do is exhausting, not far into it. So, like,
That's
get up to go start doing something, and I get tired really quickly. And then
but
I also have migraines that are worse than they were before COVID.
yeah, that's all the symptoms I've heard, and some of those I have. So, unfortunately, this thing very sad. Like, because yeah, like it is really the after effects have negatively affected me in a way where I am because even okay in because probably later on this week or maybe even like next week maybe or whatever, I'm gonna be taking a couple of trips to Edmonton because the one is delivering the Capri to my buddy Keith. The other one is driving my 81 Mustang up there to do the T5 swap and then driving it back. So, and even then, the T5 swap, that's gonna be fun. Because, yeah. Because, like, to do the manual swap, too, the actual transmission and putting in the other one, that's the easy part. The difficult part is dropping the dash, removing the pedals, putting the manual pedals in, putting the dash back together. That's the hard part.
Yeah.
So, because yeah, we really have the transmission out and the other one in about a day or even less. That's so. Yeah, and especially on the inline six, it's so simple to get to those bolts. Really, as long as the torque converter like isn't mean and sticks to the motor. So.
Yeah, I mean, like me, I wanted to go out and start on that dash today. Just never got the energy or the motivation to get up and go do it.
Yeah, I can understand that.
I didn't even
I was
climb
like
out of
that.
bed today. I didn't even climb out of bed until 1 or 2 in the afternoon.
Let's see, I was out the door here at
I mean, I was awake. I just didn't climb out of bed.
8:30. That's fair. I mean, I've been there. Like, yeah, I've done.
But you know, and the other thing is, to be
and-
fair, this whole week I've been getting up at 4:30 in the morning and not being able to fall asleep until after midnight. So I've been getting like 2 to 3 hours of sleep and working in 10-hour shifts all week. And I got mandated to work Friday. Because I was planning on taking off Friday. Well, not taking off, but just having off Friday. And nope, you're coming to work. And I got mandated on the 23rd too, so. So, yeah.
Yeah. And actually, and Jesse, I will say, actually, removing the dash from it isn't terribly hard. It's just time consuming. Because there's like 20 or 30 volts.
Jeez, really? The TA's got 3 bolts, well, 3 the speed nuts on the passenger side, where it connects the metal dash to the other part. It's got a bolt down in the bottom by the kick panel, and then it's got 2 or 3 bolts behind the dash, behind the cluster. So you have to take the cluster out, but there's a couple. You can take no, actually, you could probably take the whole dash out without taking the cluster off. And then there's the 1 bolt down in the bottom on the kick panel on the driver's side, and the whole dash lifts up and out. As long as, and you have to drop the steering column, which is, 2 bolts.
Yeah. Similar, but there's just a few more bolts. I don't know exactly how many there are, but there are more than you think. There's like, it's probably closer to like 15 or 20, but it's still, a decent amount. And
Yeah, it sounds like a
I
lot.
don't think, yeah, it's a little oversensitive, but I will say it does not shake the dash. Any of my Fox bodies, like any old GM that I've been in, for some reason that dash is always a little rattly. But the Fox bodies, okay, yours was one of the very few. Because a lot of the GMs that I've been in, the old ones, they have a rattly dash.
My Nova's not even rattly. My Nova's dash goes in about the same way, and it's not rattly in that one either.
Oh, okay. Huh. Well, maybe mind you, for the most part, I'm used to riding in old Chevy trucks.
That's
so
different.
That.
I will agree with you. Chevy truck dashes are rattly.
Yeah, and it might just be that, to be honest. But being in the Fords from similar era of the 70s, they don't seem to. So, kind of interesting.
No, I can't say that my cars don't have any squeaks and rattles other places, but...
Yeah, like, because oddly enough, like, and I couldn't figure out for a bit, driving my 81 around, the dash was rattling. I'm like, what the hell was doing that? And turns out, I took out a bolt, like a centering bolt, for the dash that I didn't realize. Because I was trying to get the radio out. I finally figured out how to get that damn radio out. It's really annoying. But, because instead of nice and easy on the later Fox bodies, where you just had those stupid little clips where you just push it in and you can pull it out, they made it such a pain in the ass where you have to, there's a nut on the back of the, of it, so you have to take off that nut on the back of it, and you have to snake the damn thing through the dash and out the driver's side.
Yeah, I got that modern radio convenience in my car. It's just got one of those head unit freaking, whatever cluster thingies that snaps into the dash, and then you just slide the radio in and use those two clippy things to pull the radio back out through the front. Because somebody hacked the crap out of my dash, and it's the only option I have.
You see, a lot of Fox body guys will just cut it out, and because you can actually, how you have to cut it out, because technically, once you have that sort of dash plate off, because you can pull it off, it's just rather difficult to try and do without breaking it, but you can do it. I just haven't attempted it because I think I'm snapping it, right? But once you take that piece of plastic off, there's two metal tabs that you have to trim to actually put in one of those more modern radios.
Yeah.
So
I just have no desire to have an original radio in my car.
Yeah, see, I do, but I know I'm in the minority with that. But the one thing is, like, my 86 has an aftermarket stereo or whatever, and it's fine. Stock speakers, but aftermarket.
No, so I like. There's some things that I like. I like a classic look, but I like modern technology.
See, that's fair. Like, yeah, because with mine, I like the look of it, whatever else like that. I don't really need auxiliary or anything like that. It is kind of nice, but not the end of the world. And and like Bluetooth, I don't really.
But you have good radio. You have good radio reception where you live.
Yeah. No.
I have shit. I can't go more than 5 minutes without losing the station that I'm listening to.
Depends on the station here, but you can do the same thing here. Because the one thing is, Sundry is a weird anomaly compared to everything around us. Because it's literally a hole. It's uphill all four ways. North, south, east, and west is all uphill. So it really screws with radio reception. It also screws with phone reception. And, of course, it screws with internet reception. So, yeah, like, right now, my phone is only reading 2 bars. But, yeah, like, now, the thing is, on my car, if I had a better antenna, it might pick it up better, but it's got the old style antenna. So, Because I don't think my dad's car doesn't really have much for issues with radio. Correct? I will say that. But the old cars, they won't do. Because even Fat 960, even though it's AM, and it's out of Calgary, which is not far, sometimes you can have issues with my radio.
All right, let's see if I can get this to pull up.
Well, finally, that's because it's satellite radio. That's why it doesn't work in a concrete park.
All right, so this is generally the area. This is all of Pennsylvania. Let's see if I can get it to. So I live in. Can I make it any bigger? I live in generally somewhere in this area. It is nothing but a mountain range.
Yeah, that's gonna be worse. Because like, yeah, I can see the mountains; they're over there. But
What are you doing?
I'm not.
Why are you shoving the? Why are you shoving these at me? Okay, there you go. You're just being annoying. Okay. Baby girl is being annoying. Would you stop? Go watch your crystal people. I'm being messed with because she's down here now.
I can tell because like at first I thought it was your dog, then I realized, wait, no, that's
Oh, I'll turn the camera on you. Well, then stop. I love you, but you're being annoying and disruptive. Oi.
There you go. She's getting support from Jesse in the chat.
I noticed. No, I want that. I don't want to close that. I almost closed the streaming software. That would have been bad.
Yeah, I'm just so excited because when I can finally drive my car with a stick shift, and everybody will be, you know, I will probably still get the people saying, "Why didn't you put that transmission in the convertible?" But all I'm gonna say.
Everybody's different. Everybody likes different things. They want different things. I mean, I don't want to do everything everybody else wants to do either.
Exactly.
Are you gonna die?
Yeah. That's the one thing with me, because like, yeah, everybody should know I like different, and oddly enough, I've done this a way where it's not costing me that much money because I've made these connections and just waited long enough and searched long enough to find this stuff where it's not costing me much. This entire now, if the clutch happens to be screwed that Joseph pulls off that motor, then okay, I'll have to get a new clutch, but a clutch kit's like 30 or $200, so not a big deal. But like the tranny, the bell housing, the adapter, those are the only things I had to pay for so far. And those, let's see, that was $300 for the tranny. The bell housing and adapter was the $150, right? So I'm not into it. The panels I got for free because I pulled them myself out of a car that was going to scrap. And yeah, now so that's the way to do it.
He says 300 i6 in a Fox body.
See, technically, I think you can do it, but the only issue you come across, because yeah, the length is an issue. You can fit it in the confines under the hood that way, lengthwise. But you need to run. You can't run a big ass rad like I have, unless you notch the firewall and move it back a little. Because
two auxiliary radiators behind the headlights with ducting.
Yeah, see, you can do that. Like really, and yeah, like so. But if you don't do that, you can only run. I think it's a 1.5 inch rad. If you do the 300, I will look into it just because. Why not? But then as well, height-wise, you're cutting a hole in your hood no matter what. It's
Yeah,
a tall engine.
just put a snorkel hood on it.
Oh, ew. I'm not a fan of snorkel hoods. They're really ugly. But
You mean like this one?
yeah, like the Sawdust Mustang. That's what I don't like about it.
I like those hoods.
Like, yeah, I'm not a fan. No, there's
No,
a
I don't like
Firebird
the
here
I don't
down
like
that has it.
the square snorkel hoods that they like to put on 4th gens. I can't stand those.
See, I don't like any snorkel. Period. But you know, it's fine. It's an acquired taste, obviously.
Jesse says he's got a spare i6.
Yeah. See now. Yeah, oddly enough, though, I don't think there's enough as much room under the hood of a Bronco 2 as there is in a Mustang. I was thinking suspicion there's more room under the hood of a Mustang, other than height.
Maybe I should put a Harley engine in my TA.
Do it. No balls.
I don't think it would go very fast.
Well, you know, that's the interesting thing is, because it's not like it doesn't cross my mind with the Civic of throwing in a bike. You know, finding some CBR 1000 or whatever, just the motor.
Well,
Drop in there. But I know
how big is the engine that's stock in that car?
1200.
So anything bigger than a 1200cc engine, you got it.
Yeah, well, the one thing is, I am from factory. Now, who knows how many ponies it may have lost. But, they only made 52 horsepower, right? So, not very much. And it was like 47 foot-pounds of torque or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say you gotta look at both torque and horsepower because a lot of people only look at fucking horsepower, and it's like that's not the only factor.
Well, see, and that's the one thing with bikes. Like, sport bikes don't make torque; they make horsepower.
Right, but it's the torque to get the heavy car get going.
Exactly, and that's the struggle of
now,
you know, doing that.
Who was? I think it was Honda that made a 4-cylinder for their bagger bikes.
Those were actually Goldwing engines. Yeah, they were.
It was like their big fairing freaking like cruisers.
Yeah, the Goldwing. Yeah. The Gold. It started out with an 1100cc 4-cylinder, and now they have. Yeah, now they have a 1900cc 4-cylinder. Actually, it's about the same power as what that original Civic. It's not really great.
But they gotta make some decent torque and horsepower, don't they?
The new ones do, not the old ones.
No, I think the one that we were playing with when I was in school would have been like a mid 90s one.
Yeah, they still don't make like a ton of power. Like, don't get me wrong, you're within maybe a little more power, but not really worth the engineering headache to try and fit that into a Civic.
I don't know. That was a thought.
Plus, also, I believe their transmissions are integral to the engine too. So there's that whole debacle.
Just make it front wheel drive.
Well, yeah, but then I wouldn't have my 4-speed stick.
Well, you want to put most bike engines have the transmission as part of the freaking engine.
Like, I looked into the logistics of it, and I just realized it's just not worth it to put a Goldwing motor in it. It's just not. Like, the 1200cc motor, as long as it's good, because we don't really do that yet. Because like compression numbers were a little all over the place, but it's set for 26 years, so that just could be contributed to
What did
aesthetic, right?
What did Jason, old auto guy, I think is what his name is now. Anyway, what did he stick in his Yaris? Not a Yaris. The fuck was that little tiny car? The little red, yeah, the Yugo. What did he stick in that?
Well, he was gonna stick a Yaris motor in it, but he never did.
I thought he stuck a modern engine in that.
I don't think so. I think he kept the stock. He was going to put the Yaris motor in it. I do remember that, but he never ended up doing that.
I thought he did.
No. Like, he talked about it, and he was gonna do it, but then he didn't. Because, yeah, like, you actually gain a little bit of power out of that, and much more reliability because
Better fuel economy.
Probably, yeah. It would not shock me.
Add a little weight to it though.
But actually, something that will be happening to my inline six at some point, because I was given some books that I need to read today actually at the car show, because my neighbor, he's done this on a smaller scale, and I can't remember what he called it. Well, basically, so converting to a gas vapor carb, but with a twist, is because most times when you do a gas vapor carb, it sucks power out of your engine, right? But it really does an amazing thing for fuel economy. But when you do a gas vapor conversion and you superheat the intake to about 350 degrees Fahrenheit, it apparently about doubles your performance.
Well, I mean, the only problem with gas vapor is at a certain temperature, it's just going to ignite.
He's done this on a smaller scale with engines, and what he's found, whenever he's done it, it doubles horsepower and doubles fuel economy, which is interesting.
And I mean, basically, when you're talking about gas vapor, it's atomizing the fuel. I mean, it's doing what a carburetor does from a liquid fuel. It atomates it into a vapor before it throws it down into the carb. But that's the whole point of the carb. That's what it does. It turns it from liquid fuel to atomized.
Yeah, we're just doing that for it. And, like, I am curious to see, and I'm going to read up on the stuff to see if it's a viable thing or not.
The only thing the biggest thing I would see is, you got to think about it. The amount of volume of vapored gas you would have to carry around versus liquid gas.
Oh, that's the thing. You're actually just turning the liquid into vapor inside the tank. So you don't have to do that. It's people have been doing the gas vapor thing for a long time. Even manufacturers playing around with it, because there are stories out there of the test cars getting out there in the public. Didn't happen very often, but it did happen every now and then where manufacturers accidentally sold the wrong product. Right? It doesn't happen anymore, but it used to happen all the time. And the thing is, like, there's this one story where, now, it's a forum post, it's quite a number of years old, but there's other people that have said, similar things have happened to them. That this guy, I think it was an old Lincoln L car from, like, the late 70s. And it got, like, I think it was 40 miles to the gallon out of his 460. And the manufacturer wanted to buy it back, but the guy said no. Like, no, I like my car. Okay. And so they later on recalled the car, and really all they did was swap that carb out for a different carburetor, and then he got crap. And there's a few stories like that on the internet. Okay, Saber, don't freaking unplug me. Don't do that. Hey, Bear. Can I? There we go. I know he's gonna unplug me. Hi, Saber. You wanna come up? Come here. Saber. Not a lot of ribbing.
Apparently, I'm in the middle of a disco party.
Yeah, just go.
You're talking techno. That's not disco.
True. Hey.
Somebody's just bored watching her crystal wholesale videos over there that she's supposed to be working, and has decided to come mess with me instead of doing her work.
I got the kid.
No, Jess is the disco ball of the party.
Keep it up and I'll send your present back. Or I'll sell it.
Now, and she got me an emerald as a gift, and now ever since she's gotten it, she's threatening to send it back. She's threatening me with a gift that she got me.
Okay.
I know
Um,
you threatened to take his hat back.
Sir, are you going to lay down? I know I picked you up before. Wait, can you lay down? Verify?
He says, no, you're gonna
Sure,
scratch
so
my
am I.
butt. Do it, human. Do it.
I don't. Lay down.
He
You
says I tried and there was a laptop in the way.
Oh wait, that's never stopped him before. Trust me. Okay, are you laid down?
Hold on, I'm trying to get my old bones where I want them.
It's very easy.
Nope, don't like that spot.
You're fine there, bud. Here, let me help you. Okay, let's just do this. It's like that. Oh, maybe? Yeah, there we go. Hi, buddy.
There we go. Okay. Drama over.
Yep. There's your drama for the night with featuring two
Drama
cats.
with cat.
No, damn
Jesse's
it.
Jesse's last line works with that. Typical woman.
Hey, are you gonna?
He says, no, I have
Sir?
to do the patty cake thing first. You did not
Sir?
let me do the patty cake thing.
Oh, wait. That's making biscuits, sir.
Yes, making biscuits, patty cake.
See, he doesn't really make biscuits that much. So
What the hell kind of
The other
cat
one.
is he?
he's, he is an old cat.
That's okay. Our cat decided to sit next to the bed an hour before Jess's alarm went off and was just yowling at her. And then as soon as she got up, he ran away.
Well, see, actually, this morning, so I don't know what happened, but my alarm got shut off my phone last night.
Oh,
So
that sucks.
that was fun. So luckily though, I'm not going to work shift because there's I don't know whose cat it is. It's a neighborhood cat that likes to sit on my porch and meow because it wants attention, right? Although if you actually let it, it will come into your house. You have to be careful. And you're outside with playing around with cat. But he was at my window meowing, which woke me up. And I look at my phone and realize, oh shit, it's 8 o'clock. So it was perfect timing for that cat. It's like he knew that I needed to go to work.
That's what it was. Scarlett was trying to help you. Technically, it is 9/11 where I'm at. Though technically, it's not till 9 something in the morning. 9:50,
Yeah.
9:54.
Because it was so wild that day. Because like the one thing is, I was too young to really understand what was going on. And nobody explained it at the school. So yeah, they rolled it on TV. We watched. No class that day. So
We all got sent home.
yeah, see, we didn't. We actually had the full day at school, but we stayed inside.
When the first plane hit, we were talking about it on the news. When the second plane hit, they sent us all home.
Huh, interesting. Yeah, see, they did. But I guess because America, Canada.
8:46 the first plane hit, 9:03 the second plane hit. The plane went down not far from where I'm at right now. Flight 170, that was what Flight 175 was, the second tower. Flight 77, it was the Pentagon attack. Flight 93 is the one that landed not far from where I'm at, and that was at 10:03 in the morning.
Yeah, and it's interesting how they had that four-pronged attack, because 2 for the towers, 1 for Pentagon, 1 for the White
One
House.
in Pennsylvania landed in Shanksville, which is southwest of me.
I always did find it a little curious, though, that when the plane hit the Pentagon, that there seemed to be no plane records anymore. I always found that one fascinating.
We're jumping into conspiracy theory territory again.
Oh, I've been trying to. That's only.
I know it doesn't take much. That whole you can
Sure.
get me going for hours on that whole topic, and I can offend a couple people.
All birds are fake.
All birds are fake.
Yes.
Oh,
Birds,
you know what the fakest bird?
Birds are actually surveillance devices that charge on the electric wires. It's how the government watches us.
And have you
They
ever?
went extinct, and now the government watches us through the birds.
Do you know what the most fakest bird in the world is? Pigeons. Have you ever seen a baby pigeon? Never seen a baby pigeon.
Well, here's a question actually regarding the whole bird thing. If birds happen to be surveillance devices, what about ostriches? Because they don't go on power line.
Well, ostriches? They're
Yeah,
not
no.
real birds. They're devolved dinosaurs.
It's still a bird.
It's a devolved thunder dinosaur. Because he got thunder
okay.
legs.
Or it could be an evolved dodo bird.
What about?
Oh, wait. Jess has got it. It's an evolved dodo bird.
There you go. What about flamingos?
Flamingos are just evil.
They're
They're
just-
pink.
Evil birds.
Oh, there you go. Pilot said emu. What about emu?
Emus are ostriches' ugly sisters.
Muffins. Muffins are just ugly cupcakes.
Jesse says there's white flamingos.
There is. Yeah. They're not all pink.
Flamingos in the sky.
Oh, evil flamingos in disguise.
They're just trying to trick you into being that they're good.
By the way, Jesse says that you're smart. Yeah.
Is our smart.
Jesse says, see, your wife is smart. Undercover evil. Oh my god.
Except I'm not his wife.
Oh.
I don't think I could.
Yeah, technically she's not my wife. We're not technically married.
I don't think I could be married to him.
Why?
Oh, that. I was gonna say what?
It depends on. Hey, it depends on whether you believe on the whole institution of marriage, because technically that's a religious thing.
Because I cannot be legally bound to your dumbass.
See, and the other thing is you need to understand that neither me or Jess are traditional religious people. And which kind of, the whole wedding bullshit is it's all just a giant religious thing that neither of us believe in.
If
Well,
I
see-
were Sage in this room right now, Sean would die.
Wait, what? It's lavender I don't like.
Oh yeah. I'm getting some of
Oh.
that.
No like lavender.
I'm getting lavender bundles to burn.
What?
Uh-oh. Cat's brain is failing.
I have
Yeah, no,
lavender
no,
spray
I got it.
sprayed
The
on
gears
my
are slipping.
pillow.
Yeah, no. So that's the finding religious thing. It actually is. So those drive-through marriages stuff, whatever in Vegas, it's still legal.
religion. Considering that
but-
technically if we would have
but
to
you can do
call us
it.
religious, we would be pagan.
But you know that you can actually now not in the traditional sense, obviously. But
you mean get married through the government?
No. Not even talking about that. Don't get the government involved. You can now. There is obviously no official documentation or anything like that on this, which is what I want to do. If I ever actually get married, I want to be handfast instead. But
That's
which is
technically
the
what
same.
pagans do, I think.
It is, but it's more symbolic as opposed to anything else, and it's just a nicer way. It still is marriage, but it isn't as
I have
bad
no
as
problem
preaching shit.
being bonded to Jess. Just don't like the
Oh,
whole
that
fucking religious bullshit.
that's
And
kinky.
I still have the whole issue of my last relationship. Still is kind of
Sean would have no issues going through a hand fasting.
no, would have none.
There you
It's
go.
it's
See,
it's
you do
all
that.
of the it's all of the
I've hand fasted him plenty of times.
wait what?
He's rather into it, actually.
What are you? What are you starting over there?
I don't like these things.
Let me throw my nuts at you.
Stop your nut.
Oh, I think it's a dots, not.
Nuts. Pistachios, to be exact.
Oh, the shadows divulged into stuff.
Oh my god! All right, we are changing subject. Somebody find a car topic.
Okay.
That we're ending the live
That's
stream.
there. Oh, actually,
Actually,
have you seen the new concept from Hyundai, the Veloster N or whatever it is?
I have
So
literally been avoiding any car announcements because they're all. I just
What
don't
up?
want to see any electronic the EVs. I'm just so tired of them being shoved down my throat. But go ahead.
well, Hyundai is doing what I have been saying every electric car should do. They are actually doing the hydrogen fuel cell that is charging or that is powering the electric motor.
So it's a hybrid, not an
And-
EV.
It still is an EV technically
Oh,
because it's hydrogen that is making the electricity for it.
yeah, but
right?
that makes it a hybrid.
Yeah, but also this makes 750 horsepower and it's all-wheel drive. And you look at it,
Hold on.
how can I best describe the thing? It looks kind of like if you really customize a DeLorean and made it really badass. What does it look like?
Wait, what?
I guess it is a hybrid in a sense. That's true. Because it is two different elements
Yeah, it's a hybrid.
being
It would
used.
technically be a hybrid.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just not when I think of a hybrid, it's just not what I think. But it makes it. It is still technically a hybrid. But they're doing the smart thing. That is the way that, hey, if you want to save polar bears and stuff like that, there you go.
I'll just leave that there. I get so tired of hearing everybody tell me how much performance EVs have. I don't care. That's not the reason I like my gasoline cars, because it makes the most horsepower and torque in the fucking world. I'm missing the whole point. Not
Yeah,
you,
like,
not you, Cap. I'm just saying in general.
Oh, for sure. Like, I can appreciate the, what they can do.
Yeah, it's just like
100%.
it's just like a Mustang Fox body. It's that I can or an import. It's not that I can't appreciate them and I can't understand, why people do like them. It's just that I don't like them, and it's not because they're fast or they're, whatever. It's because they're missing the key thing that I enjoy out of a freaking car. It's the thing under the hood that is fed by the gasoline. That's what makes me like the car.
Now, here's the question. Would you ever consider biofuel?
Yeah. I mean, it's just diesel. Biofuel is just a freaking diesel.
You're not wrong. So like that's
It's recycled fry oil, which is not
see,
much
and
different than diesel.
True. That's definitely true. And actually, now see, Jesse did mention that. I want to talk about something. that I was told about at the car show, and this guy has an opportunity to buy this thing, and it's actually in really good shape, probably $2,500. And it is a Fox body. It's a 25th anniversary, but with a twist. This thing was factory ordered with a 351 Windsor, and it's essentially a drag pack, which I've never even heard of that being a thing. Because all Fox bodies, if they had a V8, it was a 302, right? So, or a 255 in the dark years. But, yeah, like, and it is just so wild. Like, it's got gears in the rear of, what are they?
Well, and
They're, I think 373 gears or whatever else. And, like, I didn't know you could order them that way because I've never seen one. Never even heard of them.
but the thing is, with the Fox bodies being a lighter car, sometimes big badass engines aren't always the best thing either. I mean, it'd be a great drag car, but would it be a good street car?
Well, the 351 Windsor, it's not that much heavier than the 302,
Is it?
honestly.
As that's what I have to worry about. It's like, you get to a point okay, so at what point does the engine's weight and the being that far in the front of the vehicle counter, what's the word I'm looking for? Circumvent the gains of the horsepower and torque from the bigger engine, other than drag racing, because drag racing you're not worried worried about weight transfer front to rear, but you're not worried about being necessarily nose heavy from the point of a handling situation.
Yeah. Well, I will say that a 351 Windsor compared to a 302, they're only, I think, like 50 pounds each other. So it's not
You can lose 50 pounds by switching the battery to the back of the car and things like that.
Well, exactly. Like, it's really not. And if you wanted to lighten the car a little bit too, it's not very hard to shed 50 pounds without doing much at all.
Mm-hmm. Different
the
seats,
carpet alone
different
is like
carpet,
30 pounds, period. Right?
Yeah. I just was just something that I was just thinking of. It's like, putting a bigger engine in or whatever. It's, and even with these LS swaps, it's like, yeah, you're getting a lot more horsepower, but is anybody ever thinking about the amount of weight that they're adding to a car with the wiring harness? Just the wiring harness alone. I mean, I already know I'm adding a lot of weight to this car, to the TA. That EFI system, that's a lot more weight that I'm taking out of the car that I took out of the car.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. There comes a certain point where, okay, like, where you have to beef up all those components, whatever else. Like, yeah, this is a factory drag pack, so it's understandable. I didn't even know that they did in Foxconn, but it's a street legal drag pack car,
All right.
which is neat. And just hearing about it, and it's only $2,500, so the thing's in pretty good shape. Like, dude, how have you not jumped on that? Because
I'd be getting in
like unless
the
you don't have the money.
Yeah.
Like, now, this guy, because he's the guy who is selling this car, and he's selling a few other cars actually, some really unicorn stuff. Everything he has is unicorn upon unicorn. Because he has a 63, I think he said, Ford Ranchero drag pack. Which, like, wait, Ranchero drag pack? Yeah, apparently they made those too. Which,
well, it depends on what years, because Ford was heavy into factory racing up to a certain point.
Yes, but that was usually in their bigger body cars. Usually you didn't see it in the smaller cars. There was some, yes. Like, you could get a drag pack Mustang later, like in the late 60s.
Late 60s, early 70s would have been the height for that.
Yeah, like that's what you hear about it. You don't hear about it earlier than that, and you don't hear it in a Ranchero.
Right.
It's based off a Falcon, right? It's, even though a Mustang's based off a Falcon too.
There was a time period where, like, all of the all of them pulled out of factory racing for a little bit, and then
Yeah,
they
exactly.
jumped back in.
Exactly. This is 1963. Like, nobody was really doing that then. So to hear about this is like, wow. And now, this is a car that the guy was offered $250,000 from Jay Leno. And he said no.
You might regret
Like,
that later.
wow. Oh, yeah. I mean, he's at failing health now, whatever else. I'm sure he could probably call up Jay Leno and be like, hey, you want to buy that car? And
Yeah,
I'm sure
but
he
at
would
this
say
point, does he get the same deal? Because there's a difference between you going to Jay Leno to offer a vehicle versus Jay Leno coming after you for a vehicle. You got to think about it. If you're,
Yeah.
there's a difference between being the seller and somebody being haggled for a price.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking suspicion with that car that
You'd probably get a
that's
lot
a
more
car.
selling it to Malcolm Auctions or the Barrett Jackson.
Yeah, Miko, not Mel.
Yeah, whatever.
Um,
I don't like either of them, so.
yeah. I mean, there are elements that I like with both, but as a whole, like, I would like to experience them.
I
Like,
wouldn't
especially
say I wouldn't
Barrett.
like go, but I don't like what they're doing to my hobby.
That's fair. Like, I do.
overinflating, you know, the prices of stuff to the point to where it's only affordable for the, you know, the elite.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
That's
Although I
why
will
the
say,
vehicles that we have today that everybody, you know, like, that's the reason why a Chevelle SS is going for $8,000 as a rusted basket case. You know, it's the reason why you can't touch a Mopar worth damn. You know, because they have inflated the prices of the upper end to the point to where people at the lower end are like, well, my car's worth a percentage of that. I can sell it for this much now.
well, it's like my car, you know, my little 81 Mustang out there with the inline six.
But nobody
You
would
know,
give
that
it two
I've
shits
had.
ago, 15 years ago.
Yeah, nobody cares 5 years ago. Like, that's even the thing. But now, that car, yeah, I've had multiple $6,000 offers on the car, and I've said no to every single one. And especially when it has a T5 in it, I could probably get even more if I really wanted to. But
Curious to see.
I don't have the, yeah, like, I don't have the desire to. That's different. But, and oh, speaking of, actually, that car, something I did this week, because I was finally doing some bodywork and paint to the other side of the car to match the red to the other side, because for a while, it was red on one side, blue on the other, so it didn't really match very well. So, finally, I painted that, but, like, because I don't know if you remember, but I found a bunch of Bondo covering up just this horrible dented area. Well, I kept sanding down, and sanding down.
But I saw the
I
how
found a hole.
not to weld, how not to fix a hole video.
Yeah, doing the right thing the wrong way. Because, you know, which is accurate. Because, yeah, you want to feel that hole. I wouldn't do it how I did it, but it works. And it's better than the Bondo that they had shoved in there. So, although I will say, Bondo catches on fire really.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, well, I didn't realize that
Hey,
until after I started
there's
welding.
a 79 Trans Am in Sussex, New Jersey for $1. How much you want to bet it's not $1?
It's not a dollar. But you know, the worst part is though, is like when I was almost done, just because I was just welding upon weld. That's what I was doing, welding to the welds that I made, and filling a hole that way. But the thing is, because the Bondo kept catching on fire around, and some Bondo dust got in the hole and lit on fire in there, and I couldn't put it out, so I had to grab my squirt bottle to put it out.
Yeah, you were playing a dangerous game.
Yeah, it was. But hey, it's fine now.
So,
You know, it's too funny.
this car that I'm looking at is really rough. Though it did have the, it does have T-tops. It has one snowflake. The other three are like really weird aftermarkets. It's not a I don't know if this is actually a 79 because it's got the bird on the gas tank. We're gonna play look at classic Firebirds again.
I just rolled a 100.
There you go. So things I've noticed
Suck
that
it,
are
Jesse.
wrong for this car already. A, the bumper down here, right underneath of the fuel tank, that's a leaded gas only. They didn't have that in 79. Bird on the gas tank door. It's not a 79 option either. That's an 80 or 81. Those snowflakes didn't come on anything newer than 878. But T-tops are correct, I think.
Oh, notice that, okay, there is one snowflake. The
That's
other
it.
3 are aftermarket wheels.
Right. There's only one snowflake, and it's the wrong snowflake for these years.
Yeah, I think those are the snowflakes that I sold to a guy with.
Yeah, they're
barrels and
70, 77, 78 snowflakes.
Yeah, those are the style of snowflakes that I sold. With a
It does
there
have,
was a
does have
Z28 barrel.
factory. It has factory double downturned tips. See, those are the 2-inch ones, or mine are like the 2 1/4 inch. And they're,
It's very, very baby.
but yeah, this car's pretty rough. I would steal it just to cut the roof off of it though. Because I want the factory T-tops.
See, the one thing is, because like I thought about like how cool would it be if like, you T-tops. At the same time, I'm like cutting a T-top roof out of another car, putting it in my car. That's
I don't have a T-top car. How else am I getting T-tops?
kind of convertible, even though it's hard to do that with that.
To put this car as a convertible?
Yeah,
I wouldn't
I know
want a
it's
convertible.
very,
I don't want a convertible. I want the T-tops.
but convertible is nice. And
I don't, and I definitely don't want a convertible Trans Am.
oh come on, they are
yeah,
fantastic,
if I wanna,
and they don't.
Okay, do you remember those? Do you remember those beds that that they would pull out when you had company over before we had air mattresses?
Yeah, funny beds. They're
Huh?
great.
What?
Funny beds. They're fantastic.
Yeah, the foldy ones that would fold up in in half. That's what my TA would end up being.
Oh come on, you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I do. I already know that just jacking up this car in a certain point in the car, I can close and open the gaps in the door panels. I can imagine if I didn't have a roof on it.
Well, okay. Same thing though is you're trying to cut the roof so you can put T-tops in.
But the factory T-tops, they have bracing in the roof to circumvent that. They weren't just cut. I mean, yes, the American tops or whatever, those ones that they had, yeah, they were just cut. But there is bracing that's added to the roof of the T-top cars.
Oh, I mean, Jesse, yeah, and none of the convertibles were factory. They were all.
Yeah, you couldn't get a factory second-gen convertible.
Like, even the factory being like, hey, company, go do this. No, it was total custom. Like, you sent it off to a company yourself after you owned the car and made it. But there are some of those I've seen, like, because I've only seen, like, 2. They're rare. But
I don't like the way they look.
when you do see them, they, you can see a little bit of that sag in that door pretty hard. Like,
Yeah, just not something I'm after. Now here's one
Yeah,
from
this-
TA.
Aaron,
This one's closer to what mine looks like. Oof, rocker damage. Inner trunk. Doesn't look too bad.
okay, I'll have rocker there.
Ooh. Why does that look like that? I don't like that. It's a 4-speed car.
That's cool.
Yeah,
Of
I'll
course.
share this one here. Hold on. But
No, it
there's
is.
some scary parts on it.
Although I will say something. So, because I finally talked to Paul, my friend Paul in person. Um, and do you remember when I did that video on the Cosworth Vega?
Yeah.
He said I could do another one with driving it,
Ooh.
which
Well,
I've
fun.
already driven it once, but actually filming it driving.
Yeah. All right.
You
So
know,
it's got
because I
the.
actually know what to expect.
This car has the. These got the 14-inch Rally 2s. Pretty sure those are 14-inch Rally 2s. My car's got 15
They look
inch.
14.
Yeah, my car's
Yeah,
got 15s
those.
on it. Front nose looks pretty good. It's got the license plate bracket in the front. I don't like those.
See,
But
actually,
look at that. Look at the rocker. What do you see?
I see. Oh,
It's not a hole. It's cracked.
it's
If you
still a
look
hole.
right here,
It's just
if you look right here, that crack goes up and over the edge of the rocker. That whole rocker is cracked.
it's still a hole. It's just a bigger.
It's a scary hole. Remember, this is still technically a unibody car.
Yeah, I don't. It's not good.
Now look at that.
That is it. Oh,
That
oh.
that is a scary. Why?
Now,
Why is
what?
that like that?
Because that thing is folding in half.
Yeah.
That's 100% what that's doing. Yeah, no, that's a run away from that car bad. Even at the what did they score it?
They want basically 6K.
Insane. No, that is maybe a
Bottom of
$25,000
driver's side
parts
fender
car.
is gone. Needs patch to replace. Door edge could be hammered out. Corner panels look okay. Passenger side had some work done, as you can see in the last picture. It is a I can't read it because I have a thing. A left is quarter, bottom right is back pan, which has some fiberglass on it. It's still very solid, but to the best of my knowledge, underneath is decent. Passenger side frame rail is rusty, but still whole.
That's a scary car. Like, it's a good parts car. You know,
Yeah, it's got plenty of parts.
like that's a parts car.
Ooh, he's got a set of 15 by 8-inch gold snowflakes.
Those are worth.
Go with the car.
They're in good shape.
That go with the
Yeah.
car. That's $700 to $800 right there.
Yeah, see, there you go. So that adds a little bit, but it's not.
Dash is cracked. He didn't really show much of the interior. Oh. The seats are junk from what I saw. Yeah, seats are junk. See, this is what happens with the houndstooth. All of the goldy part, the colored part wears off, and you just have the black. Obviously, doesn't have and both that door panel shot, steering wheel shot. The interior needs replaced. Yeah, look at the horn button. Oh my god. But it's a 4-speed manual. I don't see what it said it was and it's only a 301 car though. Non-AC. The only options look, it's got the double pulls on both sides. I guess that's normal.
Okay, so non-AC cars have that. Interesting.
Has a rear defrost.
Oh, it's a Canadian car then. But
Oh, I still can't get back how bad that horn button looks. Gross.
yeah, that's yeah.
I'm saying this is an 81 or 82. That head unit right there is too new looking for it to be a 79. Just gut feeling. Those tips are definitely pointed in the wrong direction. Not supposed to point out. But yeah, I don't know. Did we lose the chat? Are they still
Well, I mean, Jesse's still good.
Yeah, Jesse's still talking. Jesse always hangs out to the end.
You know, it's kind of interesting because I found a Firebird that.
Oh, I'm gonna puke. It's got a duck bill. It's got a ducktail spoiler. Do you see this?
It's really hard to actually see, to be honest. It's quite small.
And I do not like the interior.
Oh,
Oh God, nope. Garbage.
That is 100% what you want in your car.
It's got a Pontiac 400. No, that's an old 403 with a Pontiac shake with a. Why? It's got the wrong shaker on it. How does he get that? Oh, the shaker doesn't fit right because it's the wrong shaker. He's got LED front headlights on it. He's got fog lights on the LED fog lights in the front bottom corners. Oh God, that freaking those seat covers. Good thing they're only covers. I mean, this is as ricer as an old TA gets.
Well, you could do that. I can go to a yard. Actually, I don't know if it's still there.
But it's got one of those like Porsche 911 style duckbill rear spoilers.
Yeah, I can't really see it. Oh wait, it's a whale tail.
Yeah, whale tail.
Yeah, it's the wrong style whale tail, and they don't look right on there.
It looks horrible.
Like there are some vehicles that look decent with the whale tail. Like my car doesn't look bad with the whale tail. But
And look, they painted all of the accents around the gauges in red. They have this gaudy ass red and black aftermarket steering wheel. I don't know what's going on. There's buttons galore on the center console. There's wires hanging out everywhere. And the engine bay definitely has not. There's wires hanging out everywhere in the engine bay.
isn't that what you're supposed to do? You're just supposed to leave the wires hanging out.
Oh my God, no! This is that, and they want 1,200 for it. No, not 1,200, 12,000. They want 12,000 for it.
Okay, I was gonna say 1,200 something, asshole.
Oh,
Hey, Saber, do you need food, buddy? I can feed you.
this one's 20K.
Okay.
This one actually looks decent. Ooh, red carmine interior. Interior looks decent.
Yeah, okay, Saber, I will feed you.
All
Hang
the
on, buddy.
paperwork. It's got the fucking It's got the expandable freaking rear spare. That thing is worth like so much money. That factory spare.
What your food dish? Hang on.
403 car, 403 AC car. Rear defrost. Yeah, this is probably worth more than 20K. This one's 25. It's got 3rd gen rims on it. Has the correct style T-tops. Looks like it's just a standard Trans Am, maybe. Oh, nice interior. This is the standard interior. See, there's no map pocket down on the bottom. This is an SE car. At least the interior is out of an SE car. What? It's a 403, and I don't know why they painted the engine like that, but whatever. If somebody's gotten colorful with the engine. Oldsmobile big block. Oh my god, that's hilarious. It's not a big block. Alright, just reading this thing over here on the side. That's not bad. Do like the silver one better. It's a red one. Factory Rally 2s. With the correct center caps for that year. I don't know what's going on with the exhaust, but that's hanging down way too low. I like the red. Black with a bird. You okay?
Yeah. I need to feed my cats, and then when I was up, it's like, oh yeah, I need to go to the bathroom too. So,
400 or 301 car? 6.6 is the 400. Standard interior. I like this car. Power windows. So let's talk about when they take the window cranks out. There's a little button with the Trans Am logo on it. 4-speed. 4-speed.
I never understood.
Ooh.
Like I never understood the whole thing though of actually changing out your crank windows to power windows.
This is a factory option.
Oh.
When at the factory, if you got power windows, they didn't have different door panels for the crank versus power windows. You just got this little plug that went over where the crank would be, and they would put this is where the power window buttons go in the center on the center console.
Look at Pontiac being cheap.
Well, and the thing is everything in these cars was in the Trans Ams. They were all like, all of the base wiring was there, but if you got power windows, they would just plug in the harness into the regular harness. They had a spot that it just plug into. And it was just all plug and play. Though you said you don't understand why you would go from crank windows to power windows. Technically, I'm doing that. I don't want to. If you've ever tried to reach all the way over one of these cars to roll the passenger side window down, it sucks.
Yeah, it sucks even in my Mustang, and it's even a much smaller
That
car.
center console is so in the way. You literally have
Oh,
to get up and go over and almost go out, get out of your car, go over there and roll it down.
yeah. Oh, I can understand it from that point of view. Like, and don't get me wrong. Like with my my 81, I was in near Edmonton actually, and somebody was trying to talk to me for the passenger, so I had to reach over and try to stop sign or stoplight because otherwise I wouldn't.
Yeah, I could definitely understand
But-
that for you, Jesse. This has also got the double vent thingies.
Yeah, like for some people, like it makes perfect sense, and like for some cars, it was.
Tell me red does not look good on these freaking cars.
Oh, it's a good looking color.
I love the red on these cars. It's gorgeous. And it's got the Rally 2s. It just doesn't have the centers painted silver like they're supposed to be. They're just solid. Like mine is that way. Mine are solid black, even though they're supposed to have a center that the center of these spokes are supposed to be silver. That's a gorgeous car. And it's only 18,000. Compared to this one that they wanted 25,000. Did you see this one? Wrong rims.
No, I did not.
Wrong rims. It's not bad. It's just I think they asking too much for it. So it's got the wrong rims. It's got 3rd gen Trans Am rims on it. The whatever snowflakes they call these. It looks like an SE because these front grills are SE. The gold outline is an SE, but he's saying it's only a standard Trans Am. The interior looks really nice. It's got an SE dash and it's got SE freaking steering wheel, but it's got black carpet with a tan door panels. I want to say that they bought aftermarket stuff, so I think that this might be aftermarket. I think that machine turn looks too big to be factory. The gold machine turn dash. The if you know what I'm talking about, the machine turn looks too big.
Yeah,
The circles look too big for the effect of the machine turn.
Maybe they were having an off day and it wasn't working properly.
I don't know.
Even though I think it's just a deco.
It's not a deco.
Oh, it's actually rubber.
Yeah, I have 2 of them out in the garage. I can show them to you. I have the one that goes on my car and I have a spare. But what happens a lot of the time is the gold fades from the sunlight and it just looks like a regular silver machine turn dash one until you take the little bezels out from around the gauges. It'll still be gold underneath of the bezels where the sunlight didn't hit. But I think this is not factory. I think when they restored the car, they put that in. And then I don't know what the hell they did with this engine, but they made it very colorful.
Now, here's something. I just put an ad in the on the YouTube chat, like actually on YouTube there. Check that out, because it's a very unusual spec of it's a Chevelle sedan. And normally I don't care about a Chevelle sedan, right?
All right, hold on, I gotta bring it up. Give me a second.
But it's kind of cool because
That's a 4-door.
yeah, it's a 4-door, but look, there's no post.
There's no what?
There's no post. It's a 4-door hardtop. Which normally when you see a 4-door, you have a B pillar. There's no B pillar.
So what'd they do? That doesn't look
That's
factory.
what it is factory. They have the 4-door hardtops in the factory. It's just very rare to find. And seeing
I've
that
seen
one
four.
like
I
that,
know,
like
I know
it's
they had a
cool.
post at the center door. I mean, I know the
It was
old
an option.
Impalas didn't.
It was an option. So most did, but you could have an option to delete it. That's factory. That's 100% factory. Which is cool to see it.
Yeah, it's nice looking.
And it's a nice car, and like, And normally, like, you see a Chevelle sedan and you see 25 grand, and you go, no. It's
The
also
interior
it's
looks original but nice.
yeah, like it's
Doesn't
such
look
a nice.
restored. It looks nice original.
Yeah, like he's done a little bit of engine work, but other than that,
Oh yeah,
you
you
know,
can
like,
tell
and
it's
that's
had. You mean it
like
needs
what
engine work or it has engine work?
he's done engine work in.
You can tell it's got aftermarket Moroso valve cover, Edelbrock valve covers. It's got obviously some plugs and wires. That's an aftermarket alternator. Trying to see what else I can
Also,
see.
just,
There's something going on here. I don't know what that is. That's not factory.
yeah, well, I will say, Jesse, though, bear in mind, okay, let's do the conversion. This is Canadian, so add to USD. That's $19,153.
That's reasonable. That's a reasonable price for here for a car that's in good driver condition.
Yeah, like,
almost not needing a restoration.
And here's the thing about Jesse. I think you're thinking of the postcars. Yeah, for a postcard, that's way too much money. But being a hardtop, that's all the value in that car.
And the thing is I don't dislike four doors. I like four doors depending on the car. Did I lose my page? No, I didn't. Here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, here's one of my favorite colors in TAs. If it'll load.
Yes, you know, it's interesting because, like, he's gone through the entire motor and everything, and it actually is a factory 4-barrel car, that as well.
Yeah.
And, like, it was a 300 horsepower from factory, so it wasn't the holy crap 350, but, you know, it's pretty cool to find an option out that way.
Yeah. So here's like one of my favorite colors. This is called Brentwood Brown. In fact, Jeff from the Mighty TA, that's the color of his car, is this one right here. Now, I've noticed a few things already. That hood scoop, the shaker, is sitting way up too high. It is saying, you know, like, it's too high up out of the hood. So I'm curious to see as to why that's up so high. I'm going to guess they have it bolted to the underside of the hood, not attached to the engine. Because yeah, it sits way up too high. It should be like halfway down inside the hood. Very gorgeous though. Factory heated rear window.
Okay, now here's something interesting. Does he show the? Yes, he does show the motor. Here we go.
I'll have to look at that one in a second.
Yeah, I'm just putting in the chat. Because actually a pretty cool car, but
do you see this? That shaker is there's no room in between the hood and the shaker. That shaker won't shake. And I don't see a weather stripping seal here either, because there should be a rubber gasket. That's not attached. That's attached to the underside of the hood. 4-speed, standard interior, factory AC, rear defrost. The other thing you can tell it's factory AC, if you look at the bottom of the glove box and underneath the steering wheel, there's 2 vents there. That's only comes with the factory AC cars. It's a standard interior, power windows. Yeah, see how much smaller the engine turn is on this?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There.
Interior's been gone through. No, it is. Why is that sitting up so high and it doesn't have... Oh, you see it?
In the air cleaner, yeah.
No, underneath. That's not a factory intake. It's not a factory intake. It's an aftermarket aluminum intake. It sits taller, and that's not a factory base for the air cleaner. That's why it sits up so high, and it's going to crack this plate. It's going to crack the bottom of the air cleaner, the shaker. because it's literally probably pressing up against the bottom of the hood, which is why he can't put the weather stripping on it. It sits too tall.
Yeah, that's the challenge when you want to add performance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a nice
But I
car.
still want to retain.
That's a gorgeous car.
Other than that little minor thing.
Who popped
Wait.
in? Did somebody pop in? Oh, could have sworn somebody popped in. I heard the little noise. So you said you found one right here.
Now see, yeah, see now, the one thing is with that I put it in there. Normally, 78 Regal, kind of a cool car. Wouldn't really show it.
Looks like a G body. Yeah, it is a Regal.
But take a look at the motor.
I will. I'll get there. Give me a second. Let me shake the window here so that way it looks a little bigger.
Yeah, now terrible pictures. I will.
Well, yeah. Why are you gonna take pictures of it through your fucking screen door?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Oh, yep. Very plain Jane looking Regal. Rusty C-pillar. Okay, so it's got a... Is that a Buick or a Pontiac engine?
That's a Pontiac 400, so we might.
Well, that's what I was looking at. I was looking at the intake, and I'm like, that looks like a Pontiac.
Yeah. So he shoved a 400 Pontiac into his 78 Regal.
I mean, he's not gaining a shit ton of horsepower because it's only going to make 200, and depending on what it's got on it, maybe 260.
Oh, it's still cool. Like the one is, it's being different, I suppose. Like, that's probably why he did it, or he just had the motor.
He might have had the motor,
right? And just needed something to put it in. Hey, look, I found this. Needs a motor. Put the two together, and there you go. And yeah, like I like stuff like that, right? That when you do modifications, then you kind of look at it and go, that's kind of cool. That it's different, right? Because that's not something you normally do.
Kind of feel like we're playing the I'm not sure if you've ever watched what was that channel? No, I forget the name of the channel, but he used to do go through the Facebook Marketplace ads on his live streams. See, I want one of these. I want one of these so bad. That's a Firehawk too. I really wants now. That's like the ultimate 4th gen TA right there, the Firehawk. Oh, you can't see any of it. Ah! Helped if I look over. You could have said something.
Well, I was waiting for you.
These. I want one so bad.
Ooh, that a Firehawk SLP?
Yes, it is a Firehawk. Like I said, like the ultimate 4th gen TA. A sub box in the back window.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that was, at least in the very top trim of those, yeah, the SLP Firehawk, like that was the fastest one they ever produced.
Mm-hmm. It had the modified Corvette engine with an aftermarket tune on it, right from the factory. It had an upgraded suspension after, like, so the car made it through the factory line, and then it went to SLP, where it went over and it got converted after it left the factory to a Firehawk. It was a factory option, but it wasn't done at the factory. Just like the just like the Choo-Choo custom El Caminos.
Yeah, for sure.
Oof.
actually, okay, so I like those last generation GTOs. They are literally a Holden Monaro that's just left-hand drive.
Yes, which is not a bad looking car either. So
It's not. Although there was a guy in Lethbridge, it was really funny because he had a GTO and he put all Holden badges on it because he can.
oh, I mean, technically it is.
Well, you know, it's interesting because there was 3 different versions of that car because you had the Pontiac, GTO here. You had the
Wasn't the Chevy SS still one of those too?
that was it was a Holden. What was that? It was something else. That was the not the balloon.
There's a 72 Le Mans.
Yeah, that's how you.
Pretty.
I actually followed one of those.
The other day, you had a Le Mans and a what was the other car that you were following?
A GTO, a Le Mans, and there was also an Acadian.
3,500 for. Oh, it's not a Z28. I thought it was. Just a standard 79. 79 T-top car though. Small block.
Yeah, he's a 305.
Mangled recorder.
Oh, come on, that's it.
Oof. Oof.
If you squint, it's mint.
Right?
Oh, it's a
they
blue interior
painted-
car.
No, it is, but it isn't. It's a light blue, but if you look, they painted a lot of the panels with just regular fucking spray paint.
Ah, okay.
That blue is not factory. That blue is They even spray painted the freaking wind visors. Oh, gross, gross, gross. Okay, walk away from that. There's a little Honda
Tell me
Civic.
that's a deal breaker?
Hey. Well, yeah, I'd have to replace the whole interior.
Oh, okay, let's see. We have here. Okay,
This is your territory here.
Yep. Okay. Wait, is this wagon? Hang on. What's in the pictures? Or is there only one? Okay. Oh, it is a wagon. That's cool. So, yeah, because usually these were a little 2-door either hatchback or what they consider 2-door coupe. It still has the hatchback body, but actually, it's just a little tailgate that you open instead of the glass. Which, let's see, this has that's a full-on actual hatch, which old wagon's got a full proper hatch. So it being CVCC wagon, those have I think it's a 1600 cc or 1700 cc motor. And they still have a very weird setup. So the carburetor on those is actually a 3-barrel carburetor. But both sides of the carburetor do tune independently of each other.
Yeah.
So
look at how minty that looks on the inside.
Oh yeah, the thing is nice, and it's a 4-speed CVCC. That's so weird. Now that has the same interior as mine does. Because
67,000 miles.
CVCC is. Yep, it won't reach that, but yeah. That is really cool. So yeah, like because the 3-barrel, you tune the 2-barrel on one side, then you tune the 1-barrel separately. And what's so weird about them is from the factory, one side was way too rich and the other side was too lean, and that's how they got around. Oh, hello. Not putting catalytic converters in them. And okay, ooh, big one. And does it have all the rubber on it? That's the big question.
What does it have?
Because, okay, that is. Ooh, I can't. That was a thrill. And 4-speed manual. I love that here. Now, okay, interesting. So he has a couple of gauge shrouds I noticed in there. But wait, hang on. No, Liar, that's not a stick, that's an automatic. You just put a boot on it. Liar. Now,
It says manual
and that's
transmission.
dirt.
It says manual
It's,
transmission.
there's, wait, oh, no, I didn't see the third pedal, my bad. It just, the quality, I have to have it in 480p for this computer to actually keep up. That's the reason why. My bad. Okay. That thing is cool. Now, notice the weird door panels in the house?
Yeah, it is weird looking.
Right? That was 79 only. And notice, so, okay, on 1979s, also, where the door handle is, it's on the bottom of the door.
Yeah, that looks annoying.
That is 1979 only for that, along with those door panels again, because of course, door handle down there, 1979
Is this a
only.
special badge here for in the center of the door panel? Because that looks like a crest.
It could be a Gia.
A what?
That could be a Gia badge. A Gia. But yeah, that's
I can't
cool.
get a better picture of it. I don't think.
That's all good. Now if it was a Gia though, it'd have a different steering wheel. So that's interesting to see.
It looks like a red shield with like a blue sash.
Yeah, that's a Gia logo. Yeah, that's so weird, but it doesn't have the Gia wheel. Huh, great.
I mean
They make an option it that way. The steering wheel itself would be different because the steering wheel would be similar to the one that's in my Capri.
It might be
Nope, that's a factory steering wheel.
Oh, okay.
They had a couple different styles. They had that style. They had the one in mine, which
he's got 2 sets of gauge clusters and and bezels.
Yeah, I did notice that. And actually, if you look,
the top of the dash is missing.
Yeah, that's what probably happened was the dash pad once you took it apart, because this happened to me on the parts car. I took it apart and it just folded in half and bent. So if they're left out in the sun for a long time, like it has sun like 24/7.
Needs a fuel tank, a carb, garage kept, no rust issues. Will negotiate on price, best offer. Great car, ran great while I drove it. Definitely an eye catcher.
Now, what? So it doesn't run properly. Yeah, see, he can't actually be asked for 10 grand.
He's actually 10 grand. Probably because it is a rare edition. There's that emblem again next to the Mustang logo.
Yeah, it is a Gia. It's just weird that it has a standard Mustang. But so okay, it's a 302 car, stick, not rusty, but it needs a fuel tank, a carb, and a few other things. And it's only a 4-speed tranny too. Which by the way, that's an S-Rod tranny. Yeah, I think it's only worth maybe 3 or 4 grand.
Yeah, but that's talking up there by you. I don't know how rare those cars are down here, especially with an interior in that good of a condition.
I will say though, that's even in the States in general, because I pay attention to some of the auctions as well for the box bodies. That's still way too high.
I like this.
That is cool, and actually, it's nice to see it, because usually when I see these, they are chickens.
I'm a fan of the Z28's aftermarket steering wheel, aftermarket dash cluster. This car has worked. What's under the hood? It's got Krager SS's.
And the fact that it's a aftermarket giant
big block. That looks like a big block to me. Those maybe not. But those heads look pretty wide.
They do. You're probably right.
79
now,
Z28 powertrain has 50 miles on it. Nope, it's just a 383 stroker. So it's small block. Linati crank cam, solid roller motor, splayed caps, 4-bolt main, MSD ignition. Factory style ported and polished heads, 515 horsepower. 10-to-1 compression. 373 gears. It's got frame connectors in it already. Bucket front seats. Heater delete, no AC. So this is a race car.
Now, it's kind of interesting when I find, because old Canada got these. With box bodies, when you see a Cobra Mustang with a 4i, people will be like, that's fake. But they actually are real. They were just Canadian only.
What happened to the Trans Am that I was looking at?
Ooh, I like it.
I guess there was no Trans Am in my local area. That's why I scrolled up too high.
Wait.
What? You want to go up? See something?
No. I'm looking at something else too. Holy shit! This guy with his '86 Mustang has date-coded spark plugs.
Oh shit.
Or, sorry, spark plug wires, I should say, not spark plugs.
That's even more rare.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd expect the spark plugs possibly to last that long with the wires.
Yeah, they're. I mean, I can imagine this thing runs like shit, but it's not the Marshall Lane Smith again.
What is this?
Cool.
14K 79 black TA.
And this has the recall. This has the recall sticker because all V8 Mustangs, Fox bodies from the 4i generation, right up until 1986, they actually had a recall for the I think it was the catalytic converter.
It's a 403 auto car.
That's kind of cool. Some very.
It's not bad looking. What's the interior look like? No interior pics? Just the dash powered. No interior pics.
All the Firebirds.
This is a standard Firebird. This is not a Trans Am, unless they do not have the factory taillights in it. I don't know who they're trying to fool.
Wait. What? No. Hang on, I need to see this. You'll piss a lot of guys off, but that's actually the motor.
So when did TAs come with the freaking factory non-smoked taillights?
They may have swapped.
Might have, but that would be a really stupid swap. 400 car.
Yeah,
Factory AC.
no,
this is not. If they, it's got a wood grain dash. Something screams wrong here. That is a Formula dash. Formula or Basebird dash. The front seats are different color than the back seats.
Yeah, you pop my head. Want to see this thing? Oh my god, that actually is a 454 in a Falcon. How can you piss off so many people with that?
I want to see the paperwork up close.
What?
Or at least a VIN.
Yeah, I never thought I'd find a 61 Falcon 4-door with a 454 in it. But I have found it.
Yeah.
That's funny.
This car screams something's wrong. The one that I'm looking at up here.
Yeah, I mean, I've been listening to what you've said.
Because I
Yeah,
mean, the thing
it-
is I can't
It's
see
got
into this
everything wrong.
paperwork here unless I zoom in, and I can't do that right here. But it's got like these seats are either not original to this car. It's
Well, they're
got
not.
the wood grain dash, which none of the TAs have a wood grain dash. They all have at least the aluminum machine turned dash bezels.
Well, I already know those are not the original seats because take a look at the back seats; they're black.
Yeah, and the back of these seats are black. The back panels. Which, if this was a white colored seat car, it would have white colored back panels.
You could have put covers on them, like not
It would have
not
to be a
shitty covers.
complete
I'm talking
cover.
like I'm talking like he took off the original covers on those and put those on,
Right.
right? Or those are seats he found like that.
But the
you
whole
know?
car's black interior. I'm assuming the front seats would have been black.
Yeah. So okay, then my guess is that he needed seats because the front seats were just destroyed or
Yeah,
whatever.
That
and
would be my guess too. But the other
Which
thing
is like-
is those taillights. Those are standard Firebird taillights.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I know. I can see that. There's a lot of
None of the fairings are on the car. There's no chin spoiler.
like I can understand if there was some sort of
This just screams
But-
either. This is a formula. This is a formula with a shaker hood and a shaker on it.
now. Does he try and say it's Trans Am?
He says it's a Trans Am. Well, actually, 1979 Pontiac Firebird, all original 301 V8. But up in the title, it says Firebird Trans Am Coupe 2-door.
See, in the title, he probably says that just so that people put that.
But it is not a Trans Am, which means it's not worth $13,000. Maybe 6
Ooh,
or
how-
7.
How much are you asking for this Mustang? It's got to be overpriced, right? I mean, I don't know actually because this is the lowest mileage block body I've ever found. Shit. Guy claims 17,000 original kilometers on the thing. He's the person working with it.
Oh. Now this one's
Take a look
pretty.
at-
Look at this
Yeah,
one,
okay.
Pat.
That is a nice car.
It's a pretty blue. It is a built 403.
Okay, so you have a race.
This has got a lot of engine work done to it on this one. And transmission work. It's got the 4-wheel disc brake conversion.
That's a really nice color on that.
Midnight blue. Extra metallic flake. This is a nice car. If what he's saying in this description is, this car should be really nice.
Now see, I put a in the chat there.
Another one for us to look at.
Yeah. Now that is the most mint example I've ever seen of a 4i5.
It looks like he
But it's
did
also
a-
the lowest
yeah.
mileage.
This one that I'm looking at here first, it looks like he did a lot of work. The underside's completely been redone. Long tube headers into true dual exhaust. But I don't know why the shaker's sitting up so high. We didn't get the engine shots yet. Probably got an aftermarket intake on it. Oh, that sucks. The paintwork on the driver's side door.
Are we? Oh yeah, it is.
But they didn't replace the interior looks pretty much original. You can see the
We'll do
wear on
that.
the wear on the houndstooth.
Yeah. Oh,
It
I
should
see
look
it.
like the back seat. The wear on the carpet, the interior looks pretty much original. It isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Those things like extremely dirty. Holy crap.
It's got a B&M Z-gate shifter. Factory AC. See how it doesn't have those vents thingy, the vent pulls?
Yeah, yeah.
Steering wheel looks really nice. Dash looks nice.
Oh.
That couldn't have been an easy shot to get. Factory power windows. Dash needs to be replaced. Now, why is your shaker sitting so high? Definitely a 403 car, like he said. Oh, back to the interior shots again. We get one engine shot. All that engine work stuff that he was talking about, we get one engine shot. Not even a really good one. Okay, where's the one that you sent?
That's just above my gamble. Now,
I got it.
extremely clean and
Ooh,
extremely low
86
mileage.
Mustang. Hold on, I'm getting
Yep.
it, I'm getting it.
Like now, I don't like the wheels that he put on it.
It's just
And especially with-
folks.
Yeah, but they're just not for me. But however,
They look very
when
Mustang.
a car,
They look very box body Mustangish though.
well, like when you have a car that's this low mileage and this clean, you think you keep the original wheels on.
I have
And that
a
should have had-
brand new car that I would ditch the factory wheels if I didn't like them.
That's fair. I mean, I would just think from value standpoint too, just keep them around and throw them on the car when you sell it. You know, but like look at how clean it is. Like you can just look at that paint. Look like
Ooh,
it's
I like
just
the interior on this one. I like the pattern.
yeah. Well, and check out those seats because those are straight up Recaros with the
Red
halo
piping.
headrest. Yeah, that's how they work. And this is a stick car.
Though I don't get the floor mats. They don't look like they match the rest of the car.
No, those are aftermarket.
Oh, that Ford HO 5.0 freaking intake. What?
But look at how clean it is.
Finished his Nikes.
Oh, and the cat's got it?
Well, Scarlett had one and was hiding in the bathroom with it, and I went to get a drink.
And the dog followed you?
Followed me, and Scarlett dropped the Nike, and Smokey stole and ate Scarlett's Nuggie. Scarlett was very upset, and chased Smokey out of the bathroom.
Oh, that's hilarious. What's with the cover over top of the plug wires?
That was a factory thing. When they were delivered to you, that was on there.
What I mean,
Which they're never ever there.
Is it
They're always pulled off.
like an EMI, electronic interference, whatever blanket to help keep like? Were these computered at all?
They are EFI, yeah.
So this
but
is probably for electronic shielding.
it might be. But like, which is amazing. I was like, look at how clean everything is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, holy crap! Now this thing only has 14,000 kilometers on it.
Oh, that's it.
Like, just mind-boggling. But they don't have a price. I'm really wondering what they're asking.
Who knows?
Because that is the cleanest 86 I've ever.
Did we lose everybody? No, Jesse's still here.
He's always still here. Until he's not.
Alright, let's go back and I guess I should share my screen again. I wonder if we're boring Jesse though.
Okay.
So we did look at the blue one. Oh, there's a bunch of noses. Why do
nose
they
job?
put 3rd gen wheels on a 2nd gen?
Yeah, it goes
Ooh,
like
here's a nice clean one, but it's black.
black.
See, it's got the valve covers that I want. This is how I want mine to look when I pop the hood. See, it's got the freaking 8-inch snowflakes. I want those. I love the way these cars look. I love the black and gold. I do. Just, I don't want to be the same as everyone else. See, I was wondering about that too. You see the e-brake cable? Mine does this too. I didn't know if it went above or below the e-brake cable because the e-brake cable literally rusts on the underside of the exhaust tubes.
That seems like would be
It's
it was
got
like
nowhere else to go.
it just sounds so wrong.
But you see
No?
it? You see it?
I see it.
It's got nowhere else to go. You have nowhere else to put it.
That is so scary.
You see how much?
Now-
You see how little room you have here to get these. And this pipes.
Well-
This looks like a pipes exhaust system, but it doesn't have the H or the X design in the center. But you see how much? Because normally it has a single muffler right behind the rear. But when you go with a true dual exhaust, obviously you don't have that. Because what happens is you'll have the one line come down. It'll go in the top of the exhaust manifold and come out the bottom on the other side. And the same thing with the other side. The other side will come in through the top and out through the bottom. And then go out to the... But there's not a whole lot of room to tuck these pipes in where they drop them out at. Very clean.
And because the interesting thing is looking underneath the car and how the cable is run. I'm kind of surprised that they just cross it over and not just run it along the driver's side of the car.
Because they do. So it runs down the driver's side of the car over here. And then right here, there's a metal bar that runs here. Right? And then this loops from this side up to here and back down this side. And this one single line will pull both sides of the e-brake at once.
That's such a weird way to do
My
it.
Nova's set up the same way. Except for I have a little
That
bit
is so
more
weird.
room between the transmission tunnel to tuck the exhaust up.
That is so weird.
Look at that interior. Oof. That was the only interior shot, apparently.
Well, you can't have too much.
4-speed. Was that a 4-speed 400? Non-AC car. No. No, it's an AC car. Or was an AC car. Guessing it's not now because the AC compressor's missing. Where's the interior shot? No, not an AC car. Yes, it was. There's those, but it doesn't have the AC bottom door. The vent that's supposed to be right here.
Oh, here we go. I found a Trans Am.
Do I want to?
Not even trying to. Yeah, hang on.
Well, here's
I'm
another.
telling you,
Here's
it's-
another weird looking one. Another Brentwood
it-
brown one. I'll look at yours in a second.
Mine's cooler because it's earlier.
Brentwood brown, Trans Am, no hood bird. Looks like it's the Pontiac 400. It's a 77 or 78. 78 it says. Factory AC. Cloth non-houndstooth car. 4-speed, power windows, rear defrost.
That's a little curve shifter.
Yeah, pretty car. Got the freaking stupid freaking chrome valve covers I want. Oh, somebody got a cigarette hole burn. I'd be piss me the hell off if I was that freaking owner and passenger burnt the hole in the back seat. It's got the rally dash with the clock. It's a nice car.
That's fair.
Cassette tape. See, it would have this plastic bezel that would have fit in there, and I don't have that. It'd have been nice to have that because I could at least stick that behind. I might have to pick up one of those.
Yeah, it is weird to see one of these. Because this Firebird that I
Did
put in
you
the chat while it was
Did
crammed
it
out.
fit up here? Yes.
Let's see it now. It is weird to see it kind of naked because they do share some of the pictures of it when it was stripped. When it was being
I don't know.
recorded.
I've seen them naked, so maybe not so weird for me. Let's see. Can I shrink this a little bit this way? We'll make it. Nope, that's as big as I can make it. Okay.
Yeah, it's just weird that way.
Well, sometimes if I adjust the window size, I can make it fit the screen better.
Yeah, like very nice car, and it's got a built motor.
So what's this? 75, 76.
75. Cause like when you see it like that, kind of cool. Like
Yeah.
just so naked, nothing on it.
Right. The thing is, I've seen my own car look like that. Not factory seats. I don't know why they did. What's with the blue dash? I just find it odd. Some of the customization that I see some people do, just it looks so much worse than the originals. Like I can understand if it's an upgrade, but a lot of the time it's not.
Yeah.
Oil
For sure.
filtered relocation. This is a worked engine. Not a factory
Well, it is.
intake. Aftermarket air cleaner base. Obviously
I was gonna say,
aftermarket air conditioning.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can read the details and yeah, he lists a little bit.
Yeah,
but
I enjoy trying to figure stuff out before I do that. Just weird that way.
That's fair. Oh, I mean, I'm saying, like a lot of the stuff he shows a lot of the restoration pics. It's like, okay, we get it. It's on the rotisserie. You only need to show one picture like that. You don't need to show them, right? Like, show more pictures of the car how it is now, not how it went.
Well,
right?
I want to see what the car would look like before when it was completely naked, because that tells a lot. You know, once you start putting Bondo and paint and primer on it, you hide a lot. If that makes sense.
Like, don't get wrong. Like, what I would do, like, okay, if I was posting this ad, I'd post that naked pic. I'd post the picture where it is on the rotisserie.
Yeah.
And then show the rest of the car as it is now. You don't need the other stuff, right?
No, not really.
But yeah, like it's let's see here. So it's got a 4-ton Pontiac with 500 horsepower, turbo 400 tranny, aluminum top end, carbureted now, but comes with polyfuel injection, in-tank pump and plumbing are done for EFI. And that's pretty much all he mentions. And at 36 grand. We have 5 people watching. Oh crap!
Apparently, I didn't realize we had 5 people. Brad's in. See
Yeah,
Brad.
I just
Ooh, here's a rough one. This one's about the same price I paid for my Nova. This is 1500, which is about what I paid for my Nova. Aftermarket intake. Yeah, I don't know what's all going on here, but there were some modifications done a long time ago.
Oh, that nice flex hose.
Right? And
God, I
it's
hate
definitely
those.
just a Firebird. It's not even because there's the bird right in the middle of where the spoiler would go. So this isn't even a spoiler car. Oh, gutted interior. Used to have some pretty, I don't know, 80s graphics on it.
That's kind of cool, actually. Like,
Something's
you
going
know,
on here. There's some bright blue here.
well, I think that was the color of the car.
Probably the original color, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
I
know.
mean, $1,500, you got a decent base.
Well, let's see. 79 Firebird, 70 Pontiac 400 engine. The engine might be decent. Floors are junk. Driver's side quarter is bad. Have most of the interior and extra motor parts and transmission. Will not answer to is this available. If it is posted, it's available.
I love when you guys say that, because you know it's not going to stop. Like, really.
I just
like,
ask him, is it available just for being an ass? Well, here's another Brentwood Brown one.
Brooklyn Brown. Yeah, I mean that other one was $1,500. Like that's a pretty good deal, honestly.
Oh, it's got a crack in the windshield.
Oh, deal breaker.
Not really for me. Those windshields are expensive though. They're like $300-400 to $500. Especially if, and trust me, I know I'm gonna have to buy one. The windshield's cracked on mine. That poor seal on that freaking. That is a 403. Oop. Got a little road rash.
Yeah, now we'll see, and that's the interesting part actually, concerning windshields, because like my '81 Mustang still has its factory windshield in it, and the Capri has its factory windshield in
That's
it too.
nifty. They stuck an aftermarket radio in the map pocket in the center console. Left the factory radio in its spot. Factory AC car, power rear, rear defrost, rally gauges with the clock. That's a bundle of parts. That looks like the factory AC right there. Got a full-size spare.
That's factory AC, okay.
You see, look, they have the factory radio and then they have the aftermarket radio underneath.
That's cool. Yeah, because like actually the one of the scouts that I sold actually had two radios in it. There was the factory radio, and then you put it to a certain station, and then you could use the FM stereo with the 8-track in it. It was $4.
Did Brad say hi when he came in? Oh, okay, yeah. First time in for a while. I can watch the stream, and I got torn down in time. Hello, Nova. Hey, Brad. Sorry I missed your entrance. I was busy staring at cars in the marketplace.
Hey, that's what we're doing.
Anybody see something that they want to look at that I'm passing by? Here's a SE, a TATA. Just tell by the chrome frickin' turbine wheels. This is the special edition, the anniversary TA. I love the hood burr on these cars. If I run across one and you see it, let me know. See, and they had the cool stitching in the actual door panels. They're the only ones that have the Firebird stitching there. And their power windows are in a weird spot. 11 miles. This thing's... it says 11 miles there. This one's saying it's got 1,111 miles. No, it's an 11-mile car. That poor baby never ever got to go out and play. Got the expandable spare with the actual with the inflation device still there.
You know, the only issue with getting a car that's that full mileage,
You don't want to touch it.
Absolutely. Well, and even if you wanted to drive it, you have to replace every single thing on the car.
It still has the stickers on the wheels.
Yeah, that's a car. You don't sell that privately. You send that to like Barrett.
There's that remember I told you about that special map light?
Yeah.
That's it there. I have one of those.
Yeah, that like why would you try and sell this on your own? It's way too nice of a car. Try that. Actually, mind you, it looks like is that a dealer?
Being sold out of a mass. I don't know. I mean, it does look like it's in a warehouse. It's a 403
like that's
car.
what I'm looking at.
403
right?
automatic car. That's definitely a classic car dealer. Or someone's
there we
personal
go.
collection. What? What are we looking at?
I found the luxury Monza. Geo Skyhawk.
Oh boy. Oh, I found a 79 Z28. I mean, 280 ZX. Oof. If you import that I actually like.
Yeah, they are cool.
I would scoot around.
Oh, cool. It's got the clear covers for the headlights. I like.
Yeah. I would scoot around in one of those.
Yeah, they're fun. Right?
Sitting right next to a 79 Z28.
Oh, that is a Little Red Express. Yep, you're correct.
Yeah, the other one was, so it was a Little Red Express. I can go back and go look at that in a second. I like these later Z28s, the 79, 80 style. That's not bad. It's got a full custom interior. These door panels and seats. See, now this is unlike the red, the black car with the red interior TA we looked at a lot earlier. This is more tastefully done.
Yeah, that's classic.
Rear seats, floor mats, front seats. Looks like it's got a no dash cover. That's just the ooh, 350. Very nicely done. Everything's all nice and tucked where it's supposed to be. It's got the steering wheel wrapped. The Camaro's always had an ugly dash, though. Very, very, like, cheapy looking dash. Especially compared to the Trans Am dashes. There's, like, so much plastic on the Camaro ones. I don't know. Okay, Little Red Express.
Ooh, oh. Now, Little Red Express, that's cool. I like a Little Red Express. Actually,
Not a stock interior.
car show that was at on Wednesday, somebody brought out a Warlock. Same thing, but no stacks.
A nice example here.
Like Dodge and I still use the thermal fire.
What?
The carburetor.
It's not missing the stacks. The stacks are in the bed of the truck.
Yeah, you can tell the road it there. He just hasn't put them in yet.
Yeah,
but also that has the carburetor that punishes you for going full throttle.
Why?
Thermal quad. Do you not know the power of the thermal quad?
No. I'm not a...
The thermal quad. So, okay. Look at the body of that carburetor.
Yeah.
It's plastic.
Oh.
What happens when you heat plastic? It worse.
That sounds
Like,
like
no
easy
joke.
fix.
Actually, hang on. Okay, I've got something I need to put in as a contribution here. Because, you know what? When do you see... Ooh, hello.
Got a Mustang. $900.
Yeah, yeah, oh. Why did it pause?
It's only 900. It's right up your price alley.
Yeah, my price range is kind of bad, you know?
Oh,
Okay, it's got
looks
the
like
tier.
it's got them 1 year only door panels.
Why do you keep finding 79s?
Because I have typed in the freaking description 79 Trans Am. That's why.
Ah, it's an inline six. Okay. Wait, 79 inline six? What? Oh,
79 for a Mustang, $1,000 or best offer. Contact Brian.
That? Okay.
Have fun getting it up the
The-
counter.
What the hell? That makes no sense.
Oh wait, you sent one.
I did. Yes.
I can't be selfish and keep just sharing the ones that I find. I gotta share.
Now, because you never see these hot rodded, and unfortunately, he does not show off the motor. But it's an international with side pipes, man.
Yeah, I like the freaking like the flat dished freaking rims too. He does show
Like,
off.
this
He
thing
shows
is-
off the motor a little bit if you can like peek over the fender there.
Yeah, it's a 440 Chrysler.
It's not bad looking.
Yeah, like that is cool. You've never seen a hot rod.
Yeah.
Don't ever talk about those.
I like the what is it going on with that front wheel? What's the thing going from the fender to the wheel?
I don't know. Let's see, like reading the ad, it's still a project, like it needs stuff, but
Yeah, that's nice.
you know, yeah, 440 Chrysler engine, trans rebuilt, got pivot kit, got cams, lifters, etc. Custom drive shaft. Now as funny thing is, torque converter was an 1800 stall. Like that's not a great one. But now wait. Oh, look, what? Even though they look like a standard wheel, they're freaking 20-inch wheels.
Yeah, they're definitely a big wheel. They didn't look factory.
Yeah, it needs the gas tank, steering completed, and windshield. It doesn't include the side pipes. Deal breaker. That'd be a deal breaker on that
Yeah,
car
that's
because it's
79
already like
Ford.
there.
Here's a 79 Ford truck. Ooh, it's got Vitec on it already. Dual electric.
If it's
fans.
dialed, like if that Vitec is dialed in, it's nice. But if it's not, it's horrible.
Yeah. It's got
So-
MSD ignition. Well, the thing is that's the other thing that kind of sucks about not going with the Holly stuff. So the Holly stuff, it all works with each other. You know, it all talks to each other. Here it's got a
Oh,
Vitec EFI with an MSD box, MSD coil, and distributor.
talk to each other.
But I guarantee you
Phytech,
it's not controlling the timing like it does with the Holly one.
no, it definitely wouldn't.
Jesse,
'Cause
Jesse,
especially
technically they all have issues. There isn't any one of them that doesn't have issues. The Holly stuff still has issues. I just know what the issues are, and I'm accepting them for
Yeah, like-
what the fact I can get with the Holly. But go ahead, Kat.
yeah, like Phytech, I will say, because a friend of mine had he had Phytech on his Mustang first, and then he realized that it was so hard to get it set up properly that he went to the Holly Sniper and he's never looked back.
Yeah.
Because-
Jesse, no, I would not say that carb is better. Carb is different. The thing is with a carb, you're setting it for one specific instance, and then that's it. It doesn't adjust for altitude. It doesn't adjust for, the gas that you're running. It doesn't adjust for a lot of things. Whereas, at least with the Holly EFI system set up, because of the distributor and the throttle body being able to talk to each other, it's just like running a modern EFI vehicle. It controls your air fuel mixture. It controls your timing. It controls all of those things that, make the modern engines like the LS and stuff make so much power. But yet you're still able to keep your classic engine. So I can run my Pontiac 400 with the the 10-to-1 compression and all of that stuff. Carbs have issues. They just had longer to perfect those issues. The reason when I'm saying that the EFI systems have issues, they're electronic. Electronics do fail from time to time. With the Holly system, at least, I don't even know about the EFI system, the Phytech systems. You have to worry about electrical interference. But then again, as me and Kat saw back in what was that an 80, what was that Mustang that you showed that was mint, like had all the original stuff on it?
That was an 86.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that 86 Mustang that she showed, you can see from the factory that they were dealing with electrical interference issues, because they had that boot over top of the distributor to help cut down on the electrical issues, the electrical noise from the distributor. So they were fighting stuff like that all the way back then.
Yeah, and the one thing is now the throttle body fuel injection units that you get as your aftermarket stuff.
Well, these styles
Is
there's different styles.
Just like just like that. The throttle body that you put right on top of your intake and
has a computer right in it.
That way. Yeah. Now those they're neat, but are they more efficient? No. Fuel injection is probably still the most efficient system out there. However, trying to do multi-point sequential fuel injection on these old motors,
it's a lot of things. It's a full intake swap. It's maybe even a head swap. There's a lot more involved. But the thing is it's what the point of the ones like the one that I have is to remain stock looking, but have the benefits of EFI. So you're looking at fuel. It is going to have better fuel economy than the carburetor. It's going to have better throttle response and at all ranges than the carburetor. Not to mention it being able to control the timing along with the air fuel mixture. You have it will be so much more responsive, make more horsepower. But there are better options if you're looking at not mind giving up not looking stock. So the Holly's Dominator EFI is better because number one, the computer is no longer on the EFI throttle body itself. The computer you can put inside the car, and then you don't have to worry about the EMI so much. And the Holly Dominator is, you can also get them where the fuel injection isn't in the actual throttle body, where you can have the multi-port injection. There are other options. I chose to go with the EFI setups that I did, like the Phytech and the Holly Snipers, because I still wanted to appear stock. I wanted fuel injection, but I didn't want I didn't want to lose like the shaker and other things and have a bunch of stuff all packed underneath my engine, underneath the hood. I wanted it to, when you open the hood, it still looks stock, which is why I went with the one I want. But it still, like I said, it still controls your timing. It still controls your air fuel mixture. So you're going to get the benefits of being able to fine tune how your engine works. But like I said, yeah, they have issues. I know that the Sniper issue, sometimes the computer fails and you got to get a new computer.
Yeah,
Well-
like when you have them dialed in,
Oh,
they
work
are
great.
way better. They are way better than a carburetor, but to get them dialed in takes a while. Like compared to a carburetor, where
Well-
for the most part you can get it dialed in just by
There's
fairly quickly.
two things though. I mean, you can help it along really easy if you're good with learning how to use a fuel map and a timing map,
Yeah.
and if you have a laptop. But if you're literally just wanting the computer to learn itself, which they do, it takes a lot of driving, because it's literally got to run into a situation before it can learn how to handle that situation. If you haven't gone wide open with it, the first time you go wide open, yeah, it's going to be like, well, what the hell am I supposed to do? Because it's got to learn.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. It's unless you go get it tuned and dyno tuned, it's going to take a little bit of learning for it.
Yeah, oh yeah, and that's the way to go. If you can afford it, once you're done, get it dyno tuned, because it's just will be so much better in the end. Because not only the self learning thing is really good for your driving style, whatever else like that, but it won't make peak power.
No.
Right?
You need
it won't.
a tuner for that.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, it's one of those things where if you just want your day, just as a daily, whatever else, just have fun with it, then yeah, sure, do the self-learning. But if you want to just dominate everything, get it attitude.
Jesse,
Yeah.
that's kind of what these things are. They're a standalone ECU, self-contained inside of the throttle body. Like I said, technically you can get the throttle bodies with us, and like Holly has the Dominator, which is a throttle body, a fuel injected throttle body with a outside standalone ECU, whereas the Snipers have an internal standalone ECU.
I think I prefer the external ECU, but
It's a better,
first one.
the external one is technically a better option. But again, just like the Sniper, it's stealth. It's made to look like a carburetor. It's made so that way you don't have a bunch of wires running to the inside of your firewall and stuff like that. It can look stock.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. I know
Holly
that's the reason, and
has-
also just for simplicity's sake too.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why they do it that way.
Holly has 1 barrel, 2 barrel, 4 barrel. They even have the 2 4-barrel Sniper systems. I don't know about Phytech, but I know that Holly has so many different engine combinations on their list. What is
Yeah.
it? You have the. It doesn't even matter. Just how many barrels does your inline 6 have? Is it a 1 barrel or 2 barrel?
That would be 2-barrel. Now the thing is, those things out of the factory, I believe, were a 1-barrel, but
Well, it
it
depends.
would
He
have
says
been
he has
modified.
He has an i6 EFI engine in the yard. It depends
Yeah,
on what
I-
the intake he has. Is it a 1 barrel intake or a 2 barrel?
Probably barrel intake is my guess. Because that's the 300 inline six when they went to the EFI.
Right.
Because that's what he's talking about. Because there's not very many being.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Oh yeah, like, and that's the one thing. The EFI on those is a little tricky. People say actually that the carb versions are way better than the EFI, but I don't know for sure. Like, if that's just secondhand sort of knowledge that way, like that I've been told. So, hey, no worries, pilot. Definitely appreciate you coming out. Hope you have a fantastic rest of your weekend, and we'll catch you on the next one. Good night. Yeah, see now, if you had the ECUs or whatever else like that, wouldn't be so bad. It would be pretty easy to get running. But I'm assuming you just have the engine with the intake and the mass airflow, and that's it. So yeah, like you'd need the proper harness for it and everything, and all that sort of stuff. 'Cause by 95, you do have their alternatives. Okay, well, that helps. I mean, without an ECU, you can't really find out if it's good or not. But
Sorry.
yeah, because that's one of those things. Like, fantastic engines. I've heard that the EFI is a little tricky on them, but like a lot of people just prefer the carb versions of those 300s. I've never had any experience with a 300, so I don't really know. Yeah, and they were kind of a mess. Like, when they weren't nicely detailed under a hood, it's definitely is a mess. Oh yeah,
What, Jess?
your carb one's only 4 or 5 wires.
I'm just
So.
annoyed. All right. So oh, I still have that up. Okay, there we go. The carved one has a 4 barrel. But what I was saying is, I wanted to know how many barrels the intake has that the throttle body's connected to. I already said, I don't understand that you said it's fuel injected. Is it throttle body fuel injected, or is it literally injectors? Are you that bored? This is why we moved the day of the live streams when you're at work.
Normally I will be at work.
Oh, it has injectors. Okay, never mind. But Holly still makes a standalone EFI CPU. How did we move?
Well, okay, actually, on the 300, yeah, they never used TBI, but that is false information. They used CFI starting in 1980.
What's CFI?
CFI is what Ford called their throttle body injection units. They called it central fill injection.
Yeah,
it was awful.
Body. So
it was
Chevy's,
a terrible system.
Chevy's early 80s, early 90s throttle body injection was horrible too. It literally looked like a car with big fat ass injectors sitting on the top of it, and it was junk.
Well, here's the thing. Ford's was even worse because they took that exact same design. They kind of reverse engineered it and made it work for Ford, and then made it cheaper. Mm-hmm. They're pretty much the same unit. And the thing is, the Chevy one, it'll start every time. The Ford, my God.
Not once they start freaking going crappy.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Like, after time, they'll start to go bad. Yeah. But even the Fords from the factory had issues. Because, like, the one thing is,
You want
I
me to
had
just
a
stop the live
CFI,
stream?
like, I had a
So distracting.
CFI.
So
I turned the camera on you.
I'll go put the camera on myself.
Oh, the freaking mess that I'd have to do to put it back.
Yeah, Jesse, in 1984, CFI started on the automatic 302 and possibly 351, I don't know, vehicles. But only automatics. If it was a standard, it actually went until 1985, 1986, they went to the multiple
Could
fuel
never
injection.
have a professional podcast with you around. I'm being grumpy at her amusement.
What? Like, because on my 86 had the CFI from the factory,
Where'd you put the
and
tissues?
it acted like a
I don't
carburetor.
know.
I had to pump the gas to start the
No,
car,
you can do
and
I had to put my
I had to let it warm up. I couldn't just jump in it and go. Stupid design. Really, for EFI, you should be able to jump in it and go, and you
Really?
can't jump on that.
Go out there and blow your nose.
No. My house.
I apologize for the nose blowing sounds.
Okay.
I have a girlfriend that is intent on completely destroying my podcast tonight, apparently.
I don't know, you can find viewers right now. 5 hours in.
I know, it's amazing. Don't
Yeah, like,
encourage her, Jesse.
You know, it
Who's encouraging me?
Jesse. I don't know if you'd know him.
I don't know.
He's in my Discord.
Hi, Jesse.
yeah.
I'm also technically a Jessie, but it's more like a Jessica.
Give me my alcohol back. I need more. My peach alcohol because it was. Oh, and this one's not a twist cap. Yes, this. Brad. That's what happens when you date a brat.
He knows her.
I did.
I tell him that all the time.
With full acknowledgement of what she was too.
Yes.
She did not try to hide the fact that she was a brat.
Why would you do that?
Why would I want a normal person? Don't get me wrong.
Because
Even
just
though
like-
I'm annoyed, I totally love her. And I would be completely bored if she wasn't annoying. So what you finding out there, Cat?
You know, I was just searching through ads stuff. And I could find from weeks ago. And not much that's cool anymore.
Oh, are we still going
There's
back
some cool
to?
stuff, but
Are we still going back to Facebook ads?
I mean, we can.
I have updated my search results to just classic cars.
There you go. Yay!
Oh, apparently a 2011 Chevy Camaro LS is a classic car.
It's kind of fun.
But yeah, I kind of like don't think that that's share screen, Chrome tab, Facebook. Yeah. There's a 67 Firebird convertible. Cat.
It's my thing's behind because it doesn't like to get live. There we go. You presented things at 65. I'm like, this looks like a 65.
No, it's 67. They didn't make a 65 Firebird.
Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking. Like, I heard 65.
No, Pontiac 400. Edelbrock intake. White interior, white and black interior. When they had those like weird door cards that were like hard plastic.
Yeah, it's still some of my favorite Firebird. You know, those first gens. But I mean,
Pop up.
69s are like my most favorite, but they're a 1 year only, isn't they?
That's a picture. Looks overexposed.
It's photogenic picture.
I don't have a single picture with the top up though.
You don't need to put the top up. Whatever.
Well, it's kind of if you're getting a convertible, you kind of want to know what the condition of the convertible top is, you know?
That's fine.
Let's see. Jesse likes it. Let's see. What else should we look at? The 53 Ford Mainline. There's a 66 Ford Thunderbird. 64 AMC Rambler. 68 Plymouth Fury. 86 Cadillac Bergenham. 84 Cavalier LS.
Wait, 84 Cavalier? Oh, dude.
84 Cavalier. There you go. Not even the Z24 package.
I don't think they had it in 84.
And it's a convertible.
Which is kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm not hating it. I'm not hating it.
And you know, they're asking a reasonable amount of money for it. Not anything stupid.
I'd pay that.
Like, yeah, like it's kind of cool.
There you go. I found the Kia replacement.
Dude, that's it.
Jess, I found the Kia replacement. It's an 84 Cavalier LS convertible.
You never sniffed my new Snopes.
It never sniffed your new Snopes?
Yeah.
Are any of them lavender?
No.
Okay. Am I supposed to sniff them on my live stream?
Why not? It gives you something to do.
I guess we're smelling soaps. Smelling soaps while checking out car things.
Well, as long as you don't snort them, then you're good.
Okay, so she's got this one. I'm gonna guess this is a rose one of some sort. Here's well, I can't. I'm not big. Hold on.
That's what she said.
No, I want to be the
It's
one.
the truth, though, too.
Why is I'm not the one on that one? No, that's both of us. That's two of us. Why do you get to be the big person in that one?
Because I'm the best. I am the star of the show.
No,
All these people.
now I am.
The 5 people in the chat are here for me. Not for you.
All right, anyway, so I'm supposed to smell this soap because you know girlfriend's feeling neglected, so we're gonna smell soaps on my live stream. Yeah, I'm gonna say that's some sort of rose or flower smell.
She's out there slaving
It's
away
apple
making
cinnamon?
soaps for you.
Apple cinnamon. Yeah, I guess. There, take it. Got that one wrong.
Got a lot of the other ones wrong.
My nose does not work correctly. Leave me alone. Ooh, 56 Chevy Classic truck. Are you okay over there?
Ugh.
Blame it on COVID. Yeah, blame it on COVID. Okay, so I gotta.
Oh.
This one's got swirly stuff on the top of it. And this one definitely smells like peppermint or some sort of mint. Eucalyptus mint. I got that one kind of correct.
There you go.
It's a 56 Chevy truck. Oh, look at that. Cat.
They're birdie.
Got a wood bed, I can tell you that already. I can see the small pictures.
Well, yeah. Wait. Like, because there's actually one of those, except for it's a 57, I think.
I got a
Actually,
dinosaur soap.
Out at Greg's. Out at Greg's, but the guy that owns it,
Your mic is doing weird things. I'm gonna get copyrighted. I don't know that smell. Here, you guys smell.
Smell-o-vision.
It's a dinosaur and it's kind of got a fruity smell to it.
It's supposed to be Lucky Charms.
It's a gay dinosaur?
Yeah, apparently it's Lucky Charms. It's supposed to be Lucky Charms, apparently.
The other
Oh,
shit
that's what he struck.
Let's just throw a blanket on the seat and call it good. I don't know if I hate
Yeah,
that
why
or
not?
not.
Oh. Okay.
What'd you find?
You're going to cringe at this because it's still for sale. What the fuck?
I'm supposed to cringe at
This is-
something?
Oh yes. You need to pull this up on screen.
I can't yet. You haven't
and-
shared it.
Oh, that's not
Yeah, and
weird.
watch the reaction from people when
All right,
you
hold
show
on,
this
hold
up
on,
on
Jess.
screen.
Oh, it's a convertible. I mean, it's a limo.
Yeah,
I don't know if I'm supposed to hate that or not.
it is awful. Are you kidding me?
But can you imagine rolling up to prom in a freaking Trans Am limo?
Yeah, the problem is you would need a mullet.
I don't know. Like, I'm supposed to have a mohawk, right? Only the problem is the sides are growing taller than the mohawk when my hair is down.
Shut up and stop the soap.
I'm supposed to shut up and sniff the soap. Here's the next soap. It's just a square.
It's really weird. I wouldn't even guess it for what
It smells like lemon.
Yeah, but you will notice
Vanilla,
the build
black.
quality of it when you go inside view of it. It's really bad.
Okay. This is supposed to be vanilla black currant, and it smells like a lemon meringue pie.
weird.
Weird. Okay, so let's look through these Trans Am pictures here. So I mean, I know how they make these. They just cut two cars in half and stretch them.
Yeah, well, the one is it dips in the middle.
Well, that's because
Like-
of the way. Okay, so that is literally because of the way that the Trans Am's roof is. It slopes down. It's not flat across the top.
It's still awful.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay, this one's a pink square. Can't really tell on camera. It's pink.
it's your favorite color.
No. No, like lavender. It's lavender, isn't it?
To be fair, it's lavender and rosemary.
Lavender and rosemary. She gave me lavender. Blah. No, like lavender. And most of the people out here in the chat would not get that, but I watch what the hell is his name? The doggo.
Yeah. Now, just wait until you see that awesome interior.
Oh.
There you go. With the really dated NOS freaking floor mats.
I like how they
You got-
literally just kept the full interior from the back half of the car.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's some kind of awful. Like it's neat to a certain degree, and then they just do a bunch of advertising for themselves because they're cool. So.
Okay.
But-
You definitely find the cringe shit.
Right?
I don't know if you win cringe award because that car I was looking at earlier was probably even more cringy than that one.
Yeah, but I have a cringe award from somebody who spent $150,000 building that cringe.
Yeah. They probably
Like-
didn't spend that much money. You'd be amazed at how freaking cheap fucking limos are to make.
They have receipts for 150 grand all that time.
Well, I mean, it's 2 cars. So you got to think it's double the price of a single car. But what's this one? I got another soap. This one's another white one. Smells like Listerine. This one's straight eucalyptus. Shut up. I'm not speaking that word. Oh, I have another one here. This one's all fancy. This one's probably like an oatmeal or something. No, this one's got like that the potpourri scent stuffs you got.
The potpourri?
Yeah. It's like the spices.
You mean incense?
Yes, incense. It's an incense. And it's an incest soap.
I technically got that one hoping you would like it.
I do like it. It smells good.
Let's try it for.
I said it was like one of the ones that I, whatever.
Oh, you said it was potpourri.
I said, yeah, potpourri. Hopefully we're still entertaining you out there in the chat, even though this has freaking horribly gone wrong. Anyway, 71 Mustang. It looks like it's a coupe. A nice engine in it.
Not just me.
Right. Considering the main job is to entertain the chat. The pictures kind of suck. With all of them, you're done. It is the coupe.
I mean, I don't think chocolate
Okay.
is gonna smell like anything, and coffee smells like
What'd you say,
coffee.
Cat?
I just say it's the coupe, or otherwise known as the Mustang. Oh yeah, it is a Mustang Grande. 100% that's a Mustang Grande.
What, this brown and black one?
Yeah, they have a slightly different body style as opposed to the regular coupe.
Oh.
They call them the Grande. Because I think it did extend the wheelbase slightly.
I don't know. I'm not entirely thrilled with this one. Don't die on me, Cat.
Ugh. I might have to
Call it a night? I mean, it is 2:30 in the morning here.
yeah, it's only 12:30 here, but
What a
I'll
65 Dodge Coronet 500.
that's cool.
White and black. It's nice looking. They torque thrust wings. Oh, that was apparently it, maybe? Or I just clicked off of it too far. Engine does not look like it's been touched. Ooh, interior's kind of cool looking. Oh, it's got like cloth seat covers, or like fur seat pads to sit on.
Wow, I might be able to get rid of that carburetor that I got.
Do what?
There's a guy on Kijiji that is wanting to locate a 1-barrel Autolite carburetor for
Are
his.
you trying to see if you're on camera? I mean, you're just on camera.
But anyways, I am yeah, I'm gonna head out here. I'm fading. Tired.
Do what?
Yeah,
Are you okay, Kat?
I'm fine. Like I said, I'm fading out here.
Brain frogs.
A long day.
Do you have brain frogs?
No, like I said, I'm fading out. I've had a long day. Good day, but a long day.
Okay.
I was in the sun all day.
So
And-
shall we bid you good night?
Yes.
I think we're all pretty tired and we're all ready to head out because poor Jesse's like says I'm out too.
Good night, Mom.
So I think we're just gonna all head out. Good night. I'm gonna run my. Give me 10 seconds to run my credits, and you can escape during the credits.
Okay. Good night, child.
Bye bye, everybody.
Look.